Hi guys, so I lost the video there. My computer restarted for no reason. And so now I'm going to go look at new recorded vids and see what I lost here. I lost at 5:16. I lost 3 hour video. I lost basically a 3 hour video, which is so annoying, but that's alright. Yeah, but at least we got the first video, which is good. And that started at 1 in the morning, so hey, we're doing okay. X4, Epic, loading bay, and I'm going to get Starfield running here. Lords of the Fallen 2 is due. Oh. If only I was into those Souls-likes anymore, but I'm not. Start game. Start. And then X4, yep. And then you need to be on the proper frame. Starfield, and then Steam. I'm just going to check the volume on my microphone. Check. What? Oh! Hey, you got me in it. Wow. Oh, got me in fast. Nice. Oh. You gotta stop. Ah. Crash.
Convenience gets pushed. So yes, for a game that I never heard of, after looking at those gameplay videos, I thought, man, this actually looks like it could be decent, and I was really interested in the game. That was at least until I learned that it's not just coming to PC, but also mobile on release. And while not an immediate indictment of the game's potential quality, history does tell me to keep my expectations low at this point. I have yet to play a single MMORPG that had a simultaneous PC and mobile release, where the PC version didn't just feel stripped down and having basically elements of the game designed for mobile, whether it's the combat systems, whether it's the interface, whether it's the mechanics or whatever. But maybe Scars of Honor is an outlier, and I will be surprised. That's the hope, as always. Last public statement that I found did say they intend to launch around the second quarter of 2026, although that was about a year ago, and I've not found any more recent updates, so we'll have to see. Oh, by the way, if you were curious about that Horizon MMO that we've talked about in past years, not so great news here. This was officially revealed not too long ago as Horizon Steel Frontiers, and it's a phone game, just straight up. It is such a phone game, in fact, that even though Sony is funding and publishing this thing, it's not even coming to their consoles. This Horizon MMO isn't going to be on the PlayStation 5. That's pretty bad. If you're looking for like a quality PC MMO, I'm expecting this isn't going to be it. And from all I saw from the gameplay footage, again, it's a mobile game. And so if you like mobile MMOs, I'm sure this will be great, honestly. But if you're looking for PC MMOs, I wouldn't no longer expect anything from this Horizon one. There is still the co-op Horizon game that's being developed by Guerrilla, and from what we can tell, that's going to be like a mix of survival and Monster Hunter elements. I don't know how big of an open world it is or whatever, but at least we may still have that to look forward to in the PC and console space. We also got a handful of MMOs I want to mention that are in early access or having some regular ongoing playtests that you could check out. Of course, Ashes of Creation, as you know, this has more or less released, despite the fact that it is in alpha. Technically, the game is available to everyone via Steam Early Access with a baseline price of $40. So I played about 25 hours when this first came out a few weeks ago, and I did have some fun, but kind of came away deciding I did not want to sink in any more time until the game was actually finished. And it does seem like it's quite a ways away from that. Not to say that there's no fun to be had, because I did have some fun in those 25 hours, and there are a lot of people playing. The game is averaging around 25,000 daily peak concurrents, which is no small number, even if you do account for whatever percentage of that happen to be bots, which it's probably some fair percentage. But regardless of that, I've already put out a few shorts talking about the game, and I pretty much, those few minutes of discussion have encompassed everything I really want to say as far as my first impressions, and I'm sure you guys have seen plenty of other YouTube videos out there. It's not bad, but it's far from finished. I do hope it gets there one day, as I would love to dive back in when and if they eventually hit 1.0. Stars Reach. This is a game that I've been keeping an eye on over the past year or two. It is a sandbox sci-fi MMO. As for its high-level pitch, they say it is a single starless galaxy with thousands of planets to explore, settle, and rule. Worlds in the game are dynamic and will change not only with seasons, but also due to a variety of other factors and conditions. In fact, you yourself can dig holes, creating entire cave systems, or set a forest ablaze with a little bit of fire. It's got third-person action arcade combat. They say that is very bullet hell inspired. There is a classless system with deep skill tree progression and dozens of professions to choose from, and the game will have a player-driven economy. It's one of those games where you can actually set up your own shop for other people to buy stuff from. Now, the game still has quite a ways to go, but I will continue to keep an eye on it. They are periodically running early playtest. In fact, just a few weeks ago in December, they had a stress test going on. Should be getting a few more chances to play the game in the coming months if you are interested. Also, I do want to say, in the past, I would have put Soulframe on a list like this, but now, after having played a ton of it on and off over the past year and a half or so, I'm taking it off the MMO list, because frankly, it's not an MMO. I really like this game quite a lot, in fact, but it's so far from an MMO at this point, it shouldn't be on the list. With the exception of seeing a handful of players in the game's various social hubs, 99.9% of your playtime is going to be solo or in groups of up to 3 if you manually form a group. You are never randomly bumping into people in the open world. That's the point. Maybe this changes in the future as they expand the game and add more zones. Maybe the subsequent zones to this beginner one are in fact open, and then maybe it'll go back on the MMO list. But wherever you want to put it, I think Soulframe is a really great game. It's shaping up nicely. I really like the foundation that they built. It's not really an MMO, at least as of yet, so it's off the list. And then, of course, we're going to have some major updates and patches and content improvements to all of the existing big MMOs. Let's talk about a few of those. Of course, as you would likely expect, World of Warcraft is continuing to truck along. On the retail side of things, we're going to be getting the Midnight expansion this year. Beyond adding all of the typical things, new zones, new level cap, the assortment of new content, gear to go after, and all that stuff. Another big feature this time around is player housing. After 20 years, finally makes it to WoW. Now, from what I've tried so far, this is actually a fairly in-depth system with loads of customization. It's pretty impressive on that front. I will be planning to check out the expansion, probably play for a few weeks, level up to max, gear up in dungeons, and clear the first raid, and then call it a day. However, much more up my alley is everything going on with Classic WoW. So you got the anniversary servers right now moving into Burning Crusade. I am super pumped to head back into the Outlands for the first time in 20 years. I didn't jump in when the original Classic transitioned to TBC a few years ago. But yeah, I was in Burning Crusade back in 2006, 2007. This will be my first time revisiting since then. Looking forward to it. The anniversary servers have had a handful of quality of life improvements. Probably what I'm happiest about is the inclusion of dual specking. So now my Paladin, for example, can both tank dungeons and then with a click of a button switch to a Retribution spec for soloing and PvP. And then there's the hardcore side of thing. Over the past year, this has been my guilty pleasure. I don't make many videos about it, but I play it a lot. I adore this mode, it's super immersive, and the additional level of risk really adds to the experience. Now, while we are not getting dedicated hardcore Burning Crusade servers, they have recently added the Heart of Iron buff for anyone who wants to run the challenge themselves, and I'm thinking there's a fair chance that after people clear the TBC anniversary stuff, they finish the raid and they start to stop playing, then Blizzard officially announces hardcore TBC servers to get everyone to resub, and that would make sense. That's kind of what I'm thinking might happen. And then finally, we got BlizzCon coming this upcoming November, and some recent hints that Blizzard are in fact working on the next big Classic project. Everyone's current expectation is that Classic Plus will actually finally be revealed this year. The potential here is huge and could easily mean that I'm playing World of Warcraft for another 20 years if they do this right, but I won't go into all that detail here. That's enough WoW for this video. Yeah, but spoiler alert, yes, I will be playing World of Warcraft in 2026, just like I have every single year since 2004. All right, I'm also planning to play a bit of ESO this year. We got some big changes in the works. So for starters, they're moving away from the yearly chapter updates that have been the norm for the past several years. You know what I'm talking about. They've got some big splashy name, an overarching theme, a few new playable zones, all of which include the typical assortment of points of interest, dungeons, quests, and new gear sets for you to go after. And then alongside that, the separate selling of dungeon DLCs that you can purchase. Well, just the other week, they revealed their new shift into a seasonal structure with the specific stated goal of addressing long-standing community issues while also adding new content in the process. So while this does mean that they're not going to be getting one big yearly easy to market splashy announcement where they're like, we're gonna go back to Skyrim, we're gonna go back to Morrowind this year, they don't have that, but instead they're going to be addressing ideally community issues that people have wanted for a long time, breaking away from that yearly content release, freeing up the development time and space to do it. So for example, throughout the course of this first year of seasons, they are intending to make some significant changes and improvements to the game's combat as well as the game's overworld difficulty. These are two massive pain points that constantly surface whenever I see this game brought up or whenever I talk about it myself. People are complaining about these two things. This year, they look to be addressing them. On top of that, with this shift, they are also making it so that all new content that comes out throughout the course of the seasons, when it comes to gameplay related stuff, new zones, new dungeons, new playable mechanics and stuff that are added, all of that will now be free, no longer tied behind paid DLC, as was the case in the prior year's chapter models. In exchange for this, and the downside is that with this, they are also adding a seasonal battle pass. So every season is going to come with its own battle pass. There will be a free tier, but also paid tiers at multiple levels, which have additional unlocks, which as far as I know are going to be primarily cosmetic. Them adding more monetization to a game that people already critique for being heavily monetized, probably not the best thing that people want to hear. If the exchange, for as far as I'm concerned, if the exchanges, they are no longer pay gating content stuff, and it's just going to be cosmetics and things, I don't love the addition of a season pass. I don't need more season passes. I'm not excited about more season passes in the games that I play. But if all the content is now free and that stuff is no longer pay gated, I guess that's a kind of a devil's bargain I'm willing to make, right? That aside, ultimately, I think this move into seasons away from the kind of very samey feeling chapters year after year, I think this ultimately could be a good move and better for the long-term health of the game, especially if they are directly addressing making improvements to combat with updated animations, sound effects, and better responsiveness, lower latency feel. A lot of people have been asking that for a very long time, and they're going to be bumping up and allowing higher difficulty options in the overworld so that even with one spell, you're not one or two shotting every single mob up until you get into veteran dungeons. These are two really big, much requested improvements, and them focusing on that kind of stuff now, that has me excited. All right, Guild Wars 2. Recently, I did a revisit to the game, played for about 2 weeks straight, and I had an absolute blast. I think this game honestly doesn't get nearly enough credit, as much as it deserves anyways, for how good of an MMO experience it delivers. I played for like 2 weeks straight, and I had fun every single second of it. Also, I finally got around to trying out Action Cam, and my god, was this a game changer. I've kind of always thought the combat in Guild Wars 2 felt okay. It was like decent, but on the tab target front, it sort of felt a little floaty in comparison to something like World of Warcraft. However, swapping to Action Cam, I like it like 10 times better. I even prefer this mode now and expect it's going to be how I play Guild Wars 2 going forward. Give it a shot if you never have. Recently, they released Visions of Eternity update. Some of this is already out and playable, with more of it coming later in the year. As a whole, I think this game is great. I'd like to probably put together a video some point in the next month going over my recent revisit, but really liked it and probably will be revisiting it more later in the year. year. From what I've heard, old school RuneScape is doing better than ever, which is good news. Now, I've still not gotten around to playing this myself, but I definitely want to, absolutely. Even if it's just to have a point of reference and comparison for what they have done to keep this old school MMO alive and growing, and how Blizzard could do similar things for classic WoW. That's what I'm hoping. So I want to jump into OSRS at some point. I really couldn't find any info on whether or not Final Fantasy XIV is expecting a major expansion this year. At least nothing's been announced that I saw. I'd imagine it is still in the cards, but waiting on more details. Similarly, I will expect new content updates for the likes of Albion Online and Black Desert Online, as both of these games have been updated fairly regularly every single year in recent years as well. And if I find the time, I'd like to jump into those too. Now, there's a fair few other MMO projects that really little is known about so far that are in development. A lot of Eastern MMOs, including games like Perfect New World, Bellatorus, Odin, Project Q, and a handful of others. For me, these are all still kind of giant question marks. I really have no idea about the games, what to expect from them, or when they're coming out. However, maybe a couple of them do launch this year and pleasantly surprise us. Who knows? We will see. And then, you know, in 2025, as you may have heard, we had a lot of bad news for in-development MMOs with the cancellation of 4 of my most anticipated titles in the genre. That included Project Blackbird from ZeniMax Online Studios,
So, Ashes of Creation recently released on Steam Early Access.
So I'm gonna watch that, but I want to look into Throne of Liberty Healing Guide or whatever.
Currently in Throne of Liberty, the best weapon combo for healing is the longbow plus the wand. Now I want to go over my build update, particularly covering new gear that comes with the raid, and I do want to give a little bit more insights with regards to the flexibility of different skills you can use. Accompanying this, there will be a build document which will go over pretty much everything you need to know to put together this build for yourself and figure out what different options there are and what you can put together yourself rather than actually going for the min-max. You don't have to get always the best stuff to make do with healing. You just need to know what you're doing and what stats to actually prioritize. I'll leave a link in the video description. You can access that for yourself, and yes, we'll walk you through the different parts in this video. We will begin with our skill setup, and this is generally what I use right here. Keep in mind, this is like a pacifist healer. You're pretty much doing no damage other than your basic attacks. You're there simply to keep your allies alive, and your job is to do whatever possible to achieve that. So you pretty much take everything in your kit slightly. But let's actually get into how to use these skills and how to actually keep your allies alive. Now for healing, it's not always going to be one case fits all. You shouldn't really just spam your skills and hope for the best. You want to learn the mechanics of the fight and use your skills accordingly. We'll start with Flash Wave. This is one of your most powerful heal over time abilities that you can put on everybody within that massive area. You always want to use it just before your teammates are going to take a bunch of damage. For example, in this case, I'm going to get petrified. Teammates are going to have to avoid these whirling blades. So what I do...
No good.
Currently, as of making this video, the reviews are 55% positive in English and 63% positive across all languages, leaving it at mixed overall, and I certainly have some thoughts. In this video, I'll share with you my first impressions and experiences with the game so far, as someone who's been covering the development of Ashes since the very beginning. Not gonna lie, my early impressions were not good, and I can completely understand why sentiment around this Steam Early Access release has been so negative. That being said, after persisting with the game after the initial launch, I have personally gone from having a pretty bad experience and questioning if this game is even going to be something for me, to now where I'm actually having a fairly decent time despite the game's issues after I learned more about how it works and how I should approach it as someone who's gone into it mostly solo. We're going to cover a lot of topics in this video, but first, let's start with my experiences with the game so far. I'll add timestamps in the video description for you to hop around to my specific thoughts on things. But first, support the content by listening to today's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends, the turn-based RPG that I'm sure pretty much every one of you has heard of at this point. Right now in Raid, there's a brand new crossover with Assassin's Creed, and if you download Raid using my link and log in for 7 days, you'll unlock a free legendary champion, Ezio. It's a limited time event, so make sure to. So Ashes launched to Steam Early Access on December 12, 2025. I actually decided against playing this game at launch because MMO launches are almost always a complete mess. Even for finished games, I'd expect long queues, bugs, disconnects, and server instability. Ashes isn't a finished MMO, so I knew the Steam Early Access launch was going to be rough. And it was. People had problems connecting their Steam account to their Intrepid account, massive login queues, disconnects, leaving the Ashes launcher open counted towards your Steam playtime, so some people couldn't refund the game by the time they got through the queue. I'm glad I didn't have to deal with any of that. I logged in 3 days later to a less populated server and I connected straight away with no problems. At this point I hadn't logged into the Ashes Alpha 2 for many months, so going into this I was expecting some big changes to the new player experience. I was disappointed pretty much straight away that the character creation hasn't changed too much from the last time I played, and I still think that compared to other MMOs, the characters don't really look that good. Hopefully this is something they can improve on later in development. I chose the Riverlands starting experience and I zone into Lionhold at nighttime. For whatever reason, the nighttime visuals in Ashes have always looked especially bad to me. Going into this, I was expecting the graphics to look a lot better if Intrepid felt confident enough to launch on Steam Early Access to a mass audience. I'd say for the first few hours, I was disappointed with the game's overall visuals and art style, and in its current state, it doesn't look like a next-gen MMO. In fact, out of all of the Unreal Engine 5 MMOs, Ashes of Creation currently looks the worst. When people say this game looks like something from 2012, it's hard to disagree with them. However, there is actually a very good reason for why this game's graphics currently look the way they do. Ashes of Creation is the only MMO in development that's constantly upgrading to the latest version of Unreal Engine. It's currently on version 5.7, but for a game to focus on graphical fidelity, it needs to lock the engine version and focus on both optimizing graphics and performance. I actually had no idea that this was why the game's graphics look so bad until I asked this question in a recent dev live stream. This answer from Jacob made a lot of sense.
Can I add more to that question from Lazy PN? They wanted to know when will they see improvements to the game's visual/graphics, like nighttime, even on max. Take it away, Jacob, on the visuals.
No, it's cool. I just think that like might be a little bit of an education opportunity. The pendulum swings between fidelity and performance frequently in large-scale products like this. If this was a box product that had its own locked engine for X amount of years and they were, rendering engineers pumping for 5 years just to get the hair to work on Zero Dawn, things like that. Those are interesting. That's great. I really appreciate those games and that type of development. And what everybody's seeing and what everybody's experiencing is we swung the pendulum towards performance and accessibility. And we did that on purpose, right? And that does come at a cost. And some of that cost is the visual fidelity that we see through the shaders, through the rendering pipeline in Unreal. Like there's a non-trivial amount of work to do to be able to make it better. And it matters. It matters to us. It matters to you. I know it matters to you. We all want the best looking, best performant product. And that pendulum will continue to swing. The amount of distance between the pendulum swinging is the thing that will inform like how close we are to feeling good about it. Right now, I don't know that anybody here is super satisfied with the way that it looks. We are more satisfied with the way that it runs. And that pendulum will continue to swing back and forth. So that was the point I wanted to make there.
So graphical fidelity aside, I continue with the new player starting experience, which was a lot more streamlined and definitely better than before. You get your horse fairly quickly, and I'd say from levels 1 to 5 it was a good experience. One new addition I especially liked for the new player experience was the addition of the Destiny menu, which complemented the tutorial really well. It makes you want to try out different aspects of the game to get those early rewards. I do, however, think they should expand Destinies to include crafting a rowboat, trying out some sport fishing, and obtaining your first mule. Around level 5, you're introduced to artisan skills at a camp area that contains various crafters. This is where I first encountered some annoyance, first with the game's UI, as vendors have 2 tabs for items and materials. I needed to buy a strap for a bag, but it was a bit confusing to find in the NPC UI. Next was the processing. I had to craft some thread. You set the craft and have to wait an arbitrary amount of time for the craft to complete. I really don't like crafting systems with arbitrary time sinks like this, as it doesn't really respect your time. After crafting the bag, I continued with the MSQ and had to kill a bandit for some pretty nice XP for my level. After eventually finding a group to kill him, I go to hand in the quest, but the NPC Captain Redblade was nowhere to be found. Everyone in the area was complaining about not being able to continue this quest line, so I logged out. I logged back in the next day, still no NPC, so I logged out again. Going into this, I had heard that the questing experience from levels 1 to 10 was fairly solid, so I was disappointed that it was so buggy. What made this even more frustrating is that it takes a long time to travel from A to B in Ashes due to the world being so huge. There's also a lot of multiple step quests, so when things do go wrong, it feels pretty bad. 2 days after getting the bugged quest, I logged back in and the NPC had finally spawned so I could hand in the quest. This time though, I came back to the game with a fresh mindset. Instead of questing and mob grinding to level up as quickly as possible, I'd try to take my time, learn the systems, and try a bit of everything for the sake of experiencing what the game currently has to offer. I tried getting into the crafting and gathering, and something I didn't notice at this point was gathering and crafting actually gives really solid XP in Ashes. On top of that, the gathering and crafting system is really unique in that every resource can come in its own rarity. So sometimes you'll be chopping wood, mining rocks, or AFK fishing, and you'll harvest an epic material which can be sold for good money. The higher the rarity of the resource, the more XP you'll get for that gather too, so it really does give you that good brain feeling. Eventually I made my way to the settlement of Jova, where I'd eventually become a citizen of the settlement. Here I learned I could take multiple commission quests for gathering to earn even more XP and money, and also stack these in a way that you can hand them in back to back. Even more good brain feeling. Later I started taking killing commissions and specifically targeting monsters that I'd encounter on my farming routes. On top of that, I could pop a 25% XP scroll to get that giga XP from handing in a full quest log all at once. The dopamine started to feel amazing, and one of the most positive things I've enjoyed about my time with Ashes of Creation so far is that leveling up solo seems to be a fairly viable path if you mix mob grinding with gathering, crafting, and commissions. I was finally getting that sandbox MMO feeling that I liked. The feeling that I'm thinking for myself and choosing my own leveling path rather than mindlessly following an MSQ. After getting comfortable with the crafting, gathering, and commissions, it was time for me to make some money to buy gear upgrades. The best way to do this is via the crate system, which is intended to be a smaller scale alternative to caravans for solo players and small groups. Before you even craft a crate though, you'll want a mule, which is a mount designed specifically for crate transportation. Without a mule, you'll be moving one crate at a time on your back at walking speed. Mules allow you to carry one crate on your back and 1 or 2 crates on the mule, moving at 100% speed. I bought the trainable Daystrider crate mule from the herbalism vendor near the starting area, took it to an animal husbandry station, paid 75 silver to train the mount, then came back 30 minutes later to collect it. Next I needed to craft a crate. To do this, head to a market commodities vendor in a settlement. You'll need to purchase a commodity certificate either from the player market or directly from the vendor for something called node currency, which are obtained from delivering goods to a node's requisition mission agent. Then add lumber, stone and fish at the crafting station, as well as the certificate to craft the crate. These crates can then be delivered to other settlements for gold. The further away the settlement, the more gold you'll make. Additionally, you can make higher rarity crates to make even more gold by obtaining a higher rarity certificate and filling it with the higher rarity resources. After crafting the crate, I ran it from Jova to Winstead and started making some money. For the next few levels, I was having a pretty good time with the gameplay loop of gathering, doing commissions and running crates back and forth for money. In my downtime, I'd do some AFK fishing, I'd scan the market for undervalued items to resell at a higher price, and if I wanted some combat, I'd do a bit of mob grinding. Aside from that, I also tried out the new sport fishing feature. You can start doing this really early on after crafting a rowboat at a carpentry station. It costs 50 of any wood to craft, so quite a low barrier to entry. After that, buy a fishing lure, find a sport fishing spot, cast your rod out and do a little mini game to catch your fish. Once the fish is caught, grab it from the water and it will appear on your back as a fish crate. Then head to the nearest harbour master to hand it in for gold. Overall, a really solid system, similar to the fishing system in Arcade. The only thing I'm not too sure of is needing to jump in the water to grab the fish, as it allows other players to just camp in the water and steal it without fishing themselves. Apparently this is the intended mechanic though, as it creates player friction. Since then I've played the game fairly casually, eventually getting to level 20 mostly from life skills and a bit of solo grinding. I have tried joining other groups to grind POIs, but usually these groups are full and I've found it difficult to be invited. Overall, my experience so far started out negative, but over time I've started to enjoy the game more and more despite the many issues it currently has. Next, let's bullet point the things that I like and dislike about Ashes so far, starting with the things I dislike that I hope will be improved. I dislike that you're able to loot another player's crate without becoming a flagged combatant, as you can exploit this system by using a low-level ult in trash gear to kill another player's mule, causing the crates to drop on the floor, then just swoop in on your main and steal the crates with no risk. There's a lot of guilds currently exploiting this, and it's basically zero risk, only reward for the attackers. So far I dislike the standard questing in Ashes. I think it's a combination of many of them feeling unrewarding, buggy and unintuitive. Some require travelling back and forth quite a distance too, so most of the time I feel like I'm just better off mob grinding or doing commissions. As much as I like the new mule and crate system, I dislike that it seems to have made caravans redundant. Everyone's running crates with mules due to less risk, and you rarely see people run caravans. I dislike the hunting system in its current state. I'm pretty sure it's unfinished, as you just go up to animals and pet them to either obtain hides or tame the animal. I think it feels weird that mount taming and obtaining hides is also done with the same gathering skill. I think it'd make more sense if you had a traditional separate skinning skill, then have animal taming or hunting be its own thing. The user interface lacks quality of life, such as being able to press enter to make confirmations, as well as needing to manually click on your character panel to drag crates into your storage. I think the UI looks good visually, it's just clunky to interact with. As much as the new player experience is improved, it doesn't really do a good job of putting players into sandbox MMO brain mode at the end of it. A WoW player following the MSQ is most likely going to feel lost once the standard questing dries up. I dislike the arbitrary time gate for processing. It disrupts the gameplay flow and wastes your time. The game's graphical fidelity is currently lacking by modern MMO standards. However, as I mentioned at the start, this is likely to improve massively once they lock the engine version. Even still, the character aesthetic and art style does seem to be a weak point. I dislike that your progress of gathering a rock or tree completely resets if you slightly move. I think it'd feel better if you could continue your gathering progress from where you left off. The map currently only displays crafting stations and buildings, but it doesn't display NPCs, and you don't have the ability to talk to a guard to get direction to an NPC. An example of this being an issue is with the artisan NPCs that you need to talk to in order to progress to apprentice and journeyman level. Logically, you would assume that these could be found in any major settlement, but they're only located in the starting area. The game should either have some kind of NPC locate feature like BDO, or you should be be able to talk to a guard and get directions like in World of Warcraft. The monster tagging system is annoying for quests in that the first player to tag the monster gets all the rewards. This creates frustrating bottlenecks during the early questing. I dislike the floaty mount animations when turning left and right, and I hope this is improved later on. I think the character creator needs a lot of work, and I specifically dislike the slow fade in, fade out transitions when changing races, classes and genders. It'd look cleaner if it was just instant. There needs to be some kind of menu or dedicated storage for cosmetics, as it's annoying having them take up space in your already limited inventory and settlement storage. I think the player market system is a bit weird. Functionally, it's basically the same as an MMO auction house, but with very tedious search functionality. The player body blocking in settlements and safe zones is annoying. I can see there being some reason for it in open world PvP, but having it be a thing in settlements where there is no PvP feels rough. I think the punishment for death in PvP is so harsh that it makes me not want to engage in the system. The XP debt is bad enough, but having 1/4 of your materials deleted and 1/4 lootable is a bit much. There was one situation where I had a good back and forth PvP fight with another player. I killed him, he came back and killed me, I came back and killed him again to get my stuff back, but in the end it felt like we both lost. Having 1/4 of the materials deleted every death made it feel like PvP is only worth it if you can successfully gank someone, then quickly escape rather than having fun back and forth fights. Overall, I think the corruption system needs a lot of work, and it seems like a system that most PvP players are currently just trying to circumvent its intended design. I think XP for commissions and gathering should scale more relative to your level so that leveling via life skills continues to be a viable path of progression. Currently at level 17, it feels like I should really go group grind some mobs to level up, even though I much prefer the gameplay loop of gathering, crafting and commissions. And obviously I dislike all of the annoying bugs such as logging in and falling through the world, the storage NPCs not responding half the time, as well as the unstable performance, but this is all stuff that I would expect to be fixed over time. Next, let's discuss the things that I like so far about Ashes of Creation. Overall, I really like the combat. Pressing my abilities feels good, and I like how you can upgrade debuffs to hard CC through various ability combos. I like that you've got the freedom to use any weapon and any armor type. Mages, for example, aren't locked to just using cloth. You might find some nice magical plate shoulder pads, for example, and you can equip them. I love the gathering system in that resources have different rarities. It's a unique system, and I also like that you can get some pretty good XP from just doing gathering and commissions in the early levels. Having the option to progress in multiple ways is what a sandbox MMO is all about. I think the settlement system overall is really cool. This is the game's big unique feature that sets it apart from other MMOs. It's still not in a fully complete state, but seeing settlements go from a small crossroads to a town, then contributing to the construction of buildings feels really cool. I actually like that the world is extremely vast and distance matters. The world needs to be big for the crate system to work, but just opening the map and seeing these undeveloped settlement locations and knowing that they could eventually grow into a town if the adjacent settlements get destroyed is just really cool. I like the sport fishing feature. This was one of my favorite aspects of Arcade, so I'm happy to see it be a thing in Ashes. I like the Destiny board, and I think this system could be expanded upon to further enhance the new player experience. Perhaps add an exploration Destiny board that rewards you for visiting each POI in the world, for example. I like the crate system as a whole, even though it needs to be better balanced alongside caravans and the corruption system. I like that epic and legendary gear in Ashes feels truly epic due to being very hard and time consuming to obtain. I actually like that you need to figure out the best way to level up yourself rather than just mindlessly following an MSQ. I like that the game feels highly player driven, and I've already had some memorable player encounters. One cool moment was seeing a player whose mule was killed by an NPC. I stole his crate, he was tilted at me for stealing it, so instead I offered to transport it to the nearest settlement for him in exchange for half the profit, which turned into a positive social social experience. Aside from that, you've also got the constant possibility of PvP, and the game feels unpredictable, which keeps you on your toes. As much as dying does feel really punishing, sometimes too punishing, one upside of this is that you do feel more engaged when participating in PvE. If you've got a lot of resources, you really don't want to die. It almost feels like hardcore WoW at times. And I like that the world feels dangerous. I actually think it's cool that there's random high-level elite mobs patrolling around settlements to keep you on your toes during your crate runs. Overall, I think a lot of the issues Ashes of Creation currently has are definitely fixable, and I do think the game will eventually become a great game for people who enjoyed MMOs like Albion Online, Arcade, Mortal Online 2, OSRS, EVE Online, and Black Desert Online. Before we move on to the next topic, I just want to share some additional thoughts I wrote down whilst leveling that didn't really fit into this section. You start out with a fairly hand-holdy leveling experience, similar to something that's typical of a theme park MMO, where you just follow the MSQ, but when that starts to end and you need to find your own ways to gain XP, players are stuck in theme park MMO brain, and it's hard to make the switch to sandbox MMO brain of creating your own goals. You encounter a lot of quit moments early in the game, buggy questing, confusing UI when first talking to the crafting vendor, difficulty locating NPCs, not being able to open your storage, dying, and realizing that not only do you lose XP, but you also lose half of your materials. The strengths of Ashes don't become apparent until most players have gone through one or two quit moments. People are saying the game has hardly changed in the past year because a lot of the stuff that has been added is later game stuff that a small percentage of the player base interacts with. From the perspective of someone who has only played for a couple of hours, not too much has seemingly changed. I really love that you're able to gain XP from gathering, but you don't gain any XP from delivering crates. I think it would feel good if you actually did. The XP could be more or less depending on the distance, similar to how it works with the gold you receive. Was it too early for Ashes of Creation to come to Steam Early Access? The Steam announcement really came out of nowhere, and many people, including die-hard supporters of the game, were worried it was too early to be introduced to a casual mass audience. Honestly, this was my concern too. I was worried that Ashes would get destroyed so hard in the reviews that it wouldn't be able to recover. At this point, it's been a few weeks, the dust has settled, and it's sitting at mixed reviews with 63% positive overall in all languages and 55% for English reviews. If you asked me during the first week of early access if it was too early, my answer would have definitely been yes. However, now I've actually changed my mind. In hindsight, I think coming to Steam Early Access now will likely have been the best move for Ashes in the long run, as the feedback they've received from this more casual audience has probably been a serious wake-up call. I don't think the game would have got the same number of active players jumping into it if they'd have just opened up testing for free on their own launcher. I also don't think as many casual players would have played the game past level 10 if they didn't release on Steam Early Access. Intrepid are now getting the experience of servicing a live 24/7 MMO with server queues, schedule maintenance, and live updates. I think it's a case of short-term pain for long-term gain. It's better to completely overwhelm the servers now in a more realistic environment than these short-term playtests, so that persistent issues can actually be addressed with the widest data set of players possible. In hindsight, the reviews themselves aren't even as bad as I expected. I think the game can absolutely recover from mixed if they can fulfill their vision. And in terms of player retention, it's actually looking really good. I was definitely expecting much more of a drop-off. If Intrepid can be quick to make updates, fix bugs, listen to player feedback, and add content, I honestly think the game will be fine. Next, let's discuss the negativity surrounding Ashes of Creation. Before and during the Steam Early Access release, the sentiment surrounding Ashes was probably the worst it has ever been. Reddit was especially bad. Almost every negative post about the game was instantly upvoted to the top of r/MMORPG. And it was a level of dogpiling and blind hatred that I haven't seen before in over a decade of covering the MMO genre on YouTube. I think the negativity surrounding the game comes down to to a few factors. I think many long-term fans and supporters of Ashes turned against the project leading up to and during the Steam Early Access release, because this is an MMO that they'd been defending online for many years, and now it's widely available in a state that many people perceive to be too early for widespread public consumption. People who have hyped Ashes up for years to their gaming friends probably felt embarrassed that the game that they've been hyping up and supporting for so long would be coming to Steam in this state. They probably felt like they lost face to their gaming friends who will be going into it expecting a product that's much closer to completion than what's in reality. And to be fair, these people are completely justified in feeling this way, in my opinion. Next, you've got the WoW killer crowd. People who play theme park MMOs like WoW and Final Fantasy XIV, and have been hoping that Ashes would be a game that would compete with the big popular theme parks. These are people who would log into the game, follow the early questing experience, then complain that there's nothing to do once that early questing experience ends, and the game stops telling you what to do. Fundamentally, this game was never going to be for these people. Basically, all of their feedback boils down to make it more like WoW. To be fair, with the amount of exposure and hype this game has had over the years, it is to be expected that most of the players following Ashes are theme park MMO players, because they simply make up the vast majority of the MMO audience. If your game fundamentally doesn't appeal to a majority of MMO fans, then there's naturally going to be a negative bias, especially when the penny drops and you're thrown into a world where you need to make your own goals, death is punished, and player friction is a common theme. Finally, you've got the people who like the idea of Ashes, but the game's just taken so long to make that they've kind of lost interest, which is fair enough. I can't speak on what difficulties Intrepid have encountered during development, but it's been a long 8 years since I first started covering this game on YouTube. MMOs typically don't share anything or even announce they exist until they're fairly deep into development, but Ashes has been doing their monthly dev live streams for literally 7 years at this point. It's fair to say that over the years there's been times where they've misrepresented the progress of the game to make it seem like it's further in development than it actually was, but at the same time, some of the systems they're trying to tie together in this game, such as settlements, are extremely complex and haven't been done before. They've been trying to get dynamic gridding to work, they're constantly upgrading to the latest version of Unreal Engine, and this is essentially a studio led by someone who hasn't made a game before. There's a lot of reasons for why Ashes is taking a long time to make, but in all fairness, it does seem like progress has sped up a lot in the past year. For all these reasons I mentioned, it's understandable why sentiment around the game is so negative, but I think the worst is probably over and it should be onwards and upwards from here. Fingers crossed. Final segment, who is Ashes of Creation actually for? What type of MMO player does this game appeal to? Ashes of Creation will have some sort of appeal to you if you enjoyed MMOs like Albion Online, Arcade, Mortal Online 2, OSRS, EVE Online, Black Desert Online, Ultima Online, Throne of Liberty, PAX Day, and Worm Online. If you didn't really enjoy any of those games, it's fundamentally most likely not going to be an MMO for you. This game isn't a WoW killer because it's not trying to be. It's not trying to be an alternative to games like Final Fantasy XIV, WoW, ESO, or Star Wars The Old Republic. It may have some similar elements to those games, but design-wise it's completely different. Ashes is trying to be an MMO where players create their own goals and your experience leveling through the world is unique to you based on your own decisions. The main enemy of the world isn't going to be some NPC, but probably some guild that's terrorizing the land by seizing power and raising the tax rate. A game where the stories told about it are centered around conflict or cooperation between players, not some pre-written linear story that has a set conclusion. Some people will hate that. In fact, given that most popular MMOs are linear story-driven theme parks, most people will hate that. But it's certainly got an audience that I definitely consider myself a part of. So if Ashes sounds like a game that's for you, do I recommend buying it now? No, not yet. I'd recommend waiting for at least one big update, possibly several, to fix all of the major common bugs. If you've got the patience of a saint and actively want to test and look for bugs, then go for it. You'll be rewarded with a special mount if you submit a replicatable bug report. But to conclude, I have changed my mind about it being too early for Ashes to come to Steam Early Access. I actually think it'll be good in the long run. I don't think the game's a scam, because the idea of a scam is to make money, and they've spent so much money developing the game at this point that the only way out of that hole is to deliver a successful game.
It's
My first
another.
impression.
It's another Mortal. Sometimes I feel bad for quitting Mortal, like it was maybe a bad decision, you know. But I don't know. I don't know, something about Mortal. I don't like the directional combat, so that side of it just does not speak to me. I liked New World's combat way more than Mortal. And I'd rather almost go back to New World than Mortal. I'm sure New World has at least 1,000 players. That's probably more than like what's currently on Mortal 2. I think about Mortal 2 sometimes. I could be like, I can move to a different city, like Vada or something, and learn like a different sandbox thing. It's quieter in Vada. I probably wouldn't receive as much harassment there as I do. But it's like, I don't know, like something about Mortal. The walk speed's toxic. The mounts suck and are so annoying. Everything takes so much time. That's like my like I like the fun per minute. Yeah, PM, like the fun per minute is so low on games like sandbox games like that. It's not rewarding enough. I went so hard on Eve, I feel bad that I quit Eve Immortal, you know, but it's like, I until they give me passive mode, I'm not going back. It's like a boycott. Oh, I remember why I was in there now. I was like, what was I looking for? It's how often it saves. The Brits autosave timer, it's a little too fast. I want to bump it to 5. But 5 minutes is good. If you autosave every 5, that's good. Or like drop whenever it drops out of combat and stuff. Like, yeah, but like how you do it right now, it's a little too often. It like it feels a little too intrusive. I'm falling in love with this game like every day more and more. It's like easier to play for me than 76 is. It's like easier to mindlessly play. Later on I could do interesting stuff like melee playthroughs where I come in and like go slow motion and melee each guy. There's like cool stuff I can do. Ooh, Tesla Old Earth hunting rifle. Tesla, huh? Tesla Old Earth hunting rifle. Unrivaled Razorback. That might... Ooh, damage on it's pretty high. But the fire rate is just not too good. Here's this Old Earth hunting rifle, and it might actually be pretty good. I wish the damage was better on it. We're just going to re-examine damage here. This Advanced Breach, it has good damage on it, but you're not like, yeah, I think value actually is the best. Bashing, modified, unrivaled, Old Earth assault rifle with pretty good damage on it. Let's test the action. Oh, I don't have any ammo. Never mind, I don't have any ammo for it. This pacifier is real good. I like the fire rate on it more than this hand loader, maybe. Or where is it? It's, where's my shotgun? Oh yeah, the experiment. So it still doesn't have. It still doesn't like the other damage pacifier. The other pacifier is good, but it's not as good. I think I like this weapon more. No, this is a better weapon. It's a better weapon. I didn't really read the stats on it totally. Yeah, I think I like this weapon more. Oh, the fire rate's just much better on it, and that's probably king, you know? Yeah, we'll take this weapon. This and the mag is really genuinely good. Like the best I've seen on a shotgun in a while. In terms of random procedural content, this game is king. It like just like kicks out all this random crazy RNG content all the time. Better than an MMO, maybe better than 76. And well, 76 is better if as you just wander around, but this game is like cooler in terms of its scope. Frames are good. No ciphers on. Oh, I'm going to the NASA Launch Center in Florida, I guess. Crazy.
GH is back. It's January 15, 2026, and here is your MMO news timestamps. Let's not waste any more time. Let's do this. First up, Black Desert marks regional anniversaries and system updates with new events and progression changes across PC and mobile platforms. Black Desert Thailand and Southeast Asia are celebrating the game's 8th anniversary with a 2-week event period starting January 15, featuring login challenges, in-game items, EXP buffs from a special anniversary cake, a limited time bonus encounter near Velia, scheduled live stream activities with viewer participation, and a boosted hot time rate until January 22, followed by a seal exchange system offering various progression items. Separately, Black Desert Mobile has introduced the Ancient Anvil system, which introduced a guaranteed mechanic to item enhancements, feeling a gauge on failed attempts until success is assured, with past failed enhancement retroactively contributing to the gauge, alongside several in-game events that provide enhancement-related resources to support the new system. Next news we got, Throne and Liberty has released its first video update of the year, outlining upcoming balance adjustments and previewing new PvE content planned for January. The video explains changes to how bonus damage and damage reduction work with multi-hit abilities, with both effects now applying only to the first hit to reduce extreme damage spikes, alongside related rebalancing. It also introduces the Tower of Greed, a new 50-floor randomized PvE dungeon featuring enemies, bosses, and puzzles designed to reset every 4 weeks and offer rotating challenges and rewards over each cycle. Now Dragon Nest receives a smaller scale update focused on dungeon modifiers, gear progression, and a themed event, with the Fission Maze gaining seasonal ordeals and updated erosion effects that applies additional restrictions and mechanics at higher difficulty floors. Progression is adjusted through improved material acquisition from existing PvE content and stat increases for high-level accessories, while legend conversion weapons now support limited enhancements for added stats using new NPC services. The update also includes a temporary event stage set in an alternate Saint Haven, featuring wave-based combat and collection objectives with increasing difficulty. Next up, Ether Spire releases its first major update of 2026 with new dungeon content and enforcement action against cheating. The update introduces the Cartesian Dungeon, an endgame activity where players can farm new tiers of amulets from its boss, the Defiler, along with a new trial tied to the dungeon. Another dungeon, Sunset Keep, is added in the Seaside Islet, alongside updates such as additional gear sources, UI hiding for screenshots, mount animation and sound improvements, new dialogue icons, a help command, an improved compass, and adjusted drop rates for late game content. The developers also confirmed upgrades to anti-cheat systems and stated that 482 accounts were banned for client modding. And according to this, a roadmap for 2026 is expected to be shared at a later date. Coming up next, Trove's January 2026 community letter recaps December seasonal activities while outlining early plans for the new year and addressing the current marketplace shutdown. The update looks back at the tales from the Snow Cube community event, which introduced a limited time Winter Club World with Team Quest and the Buildsmas contest that highlighted player-created holiday builds. It also summarizes Snowfest 2025 Snowvasion, which added seasonal enemies across select biomes. Looking ahead, the team confirms the first developer stream of 2026 will take place in January with a focus on building and creative content. The letter also explains that the in-game marketplace has been temporarily disabled due to misuse affecting trading integrity, with developers actively working on a fix and confirming it will return once the issues are resolved. And here is a game that I've been hearing for as long as I could remember. Hytale is now live in early access as of today, allowing players who purchased a paid access page to play the sandbox MMO and creator platform through Hypixel's proprietary launcher. The launch follows the game's earlier cancellation and return to development, with Hypixel previously stating it expected up to 1 million players, though no official player count has been shared since the game is not yet available on Steam. The co-founder of the game said that pre-purchases have already secured funding for the next 2 years of development, in addition to his long-term personal commitment. Early access is available in 3 tiers, and modding activity has already begun, with player-created content appearing on Cursed Forge shortly after launch. Next up, Darkfall Rise of Aegon is launching a new 32-bit legacy server on January 16. Toxic Rain Studios, a spin-off from the original Big Picture Games team, has taken full operational control of the game, including server management, live operations, and ongoing development. The legacy server follows a successful multi-day test and will remain active until the 64-bit server is ready, with only activated skins carrying over. No other progress will transfer. The 32-bit server will be accessible through the game's website, while the upcoming 64-bit version will launch on Steam. And here's another upcoming MMO. Warvox is a new PC MMORPG offering an open-world experience shaped by ancient factions, diverse skills and weapons, challenging creatures, evolving storylines, and dungeons where every choice and battle matters. The game features fast skill-based
What is Darkfall? Why have you never heard of it? And why am I bringing it up now? To explain where Darkfall is, I will have to explain where it came from first. Darkfall originally launched back in July of 2009. It was a period of time really before content creation began and the YouTube guide meta was a thing. Darkfall's launch was anything but smooth. The website to order it continuously crashed for weeks, and only a set amount of people could get in and purchase it at a time. Coupled with the website account creation issues, the game's performance struggled for a long time. The game did not get much coverage back then either, but few games really did. Despite all of the horrible issues at launch, Darkfall lived on and had a thriving community for years. Many large PvP-focused guilds you may have heard of had found a home in Darkfall. Lords of Death, Undead Lords, the Mercs, Rainbow Ninjas, the Goons, Duchy of Wessex, Sinister, the Gentlemen, and Black Shields, to name a few. I'm not leaving any group out intentionally, but these groups carried their names into other games very frequently. These are long-standing communities that stayed with Darkfall for years, until its inevitable closure in November of 2012. There was a second Darkfall that came out around that time, one aimed at garnering a wider audience named Darkfall Unholy Wars. Unholy Wars launched in April of 2013. While this game also found success, it was really only with the already established Darkfall crowd. This version of the game lasted for 3 years until its closure in May of 2016. At that point, the Darkfall franchise was essentially dead. The forums of Darkfall lived on locations and unlock a second recall for yourself to wherever your house is. Not only does this house unlock an extra recall, but you get extra local storage as well. There are countless little decorative items to collect for your house.
Hey, look, it's Mortal, but with bad graphics. No thanks.
Base combat that emphasizes movement and timing, applicable across PvE exploration, PvP arenas.
So, Ashes of Creation
GH is back. It's January 15, 2026, and here is your MMO news timestamps. Let's not waste any more time. Let's do this. First up, Black Desert marks regional anniversaries and system updates with new events and progression changes across PC and mobile platforms. Black Desert Thailand and Southeast
Where's the quest that's gonna tell me what to do, where to go? Like, there's no city. Then you have these giga chads that said, you know what? Thank you for the canvas. We're gonna paint a masterpiece. And the fact, first of all, they have to be. You got the guys that are like, oh, where are the NPCs? Where's the quest that's gonna?
I hate the jetpack. I hate it. This is cool. I don't mind it. It was fun. Little bits of loot along the way. I suppose I should have my scanner up, yeah. Well, here's the very top of it. What to do or where to go. I'm supposed to get in there, am I? Like, what is it I'm supposed to do here? Unearth enter NASA. No, wait.
To evacuate the Earth before it was too late. It's clear the gantry was...
Let's go back a little bit.
of this colony ship found alternate transportation to evacuate the Earth before it was too late. The most likely way into the NASA facility would be via an elevator shaft taking us straight down. I hope the occupants of this colony ship found alternate transportation.
How the fuck would I have known that? Isn't this like 1,000 years old? How does this still have power? Wow.
Wow. Just wow is all I can say after playing over 12 hours straight of Hytale since the servers first went live. After Simon
Can't believe you don't have this. It's in your store. Ugh. $50. I should have bought it when it was 30, but I was like, I don't know, I don't think so. I don't want it locking me out.
tried to beat it into everyone's heads that the state of the game is extremely rough, and to temper expectations, I truly didn't expect to enjoy my time as much as I did. Fellas, today we're going over my first impressions for Hytale, coming from a Minecraft veteran of over 10 years. I'll be talking about both pros and cons, and if by the end of the video you feel like you'd like to pick this game up, you can use code DemonJoe to support me at checkout. Anyways, let's jump into my review for Hytale's early access launch. As silly as it sounds, one of the things I was scared about the most was the avatar creator. Not being able to have custom textured player skins like in Minecraft was a bit of a red flag for me at first, but after playing around with it, I can easily say I'm very impressed. Though I own the Cursebreaker edition, which gives me extra cosmetics, not once did I feel like I didn't have enough options given to me to create the avatar I wanted, which was a replica of my Minecraft skin. The only supporter edition cosmetics I'm wearing are simply there for flair too. It's the goggles and the cape, and without them my avatar just looks more accurate to my Minecraft skin. So I can easily say that I'm extremely impressed as of now, because the avatar creator is only going to get more options as time goes on. Now, with Hytale being in early access, we only have 2 game modes that we're able to play at launch. Exploration, which is most similar to Minecraft survival mode, and creative mode, which is self-explanatory. Creative mode, however, does come with an incredible amount of features to help bring your builds to life right from the rip too. No mods required and almost endless tools at your fingertips. They even have cinematic tools built into creative mode as well. Exploration mode, like I said earlier, is essentially just Minecraft survival. Sadly though, Hytale's flagship mode, which is adventure, couldn't make it for the early access launch. This will be a game mode that releases later in the development cycle that will add on things like a story mode with quests to complete, boss battles to tackle, huge dungeons, and basically give Hytale an MMORPG feel alongside all of the building and sandbox content. With that said, there's still plenty to enjoy about exploration mode, and it's what we're mainly going to talk about for the rest of the video as I lay out all of the pros and cons thus far that I have with it in Hytale. The first thing I noticed was just how easy online play is with a friend. Though this game doesn't have guilds and a friends list yet, both of which are planned for the future, simply clicking online play, flipping a switch at the top, and copying a join code is all you have to do to play with your buddies. I played a majority of my time with my cousin Bailey, and we played for about 6 hours straight, merely 30 minutes after the game went live with no interruptions. He was the host, and I didn't experience a bit of lag, input delay, or any of the typical things you might expect from a game this early in development. Truly, it felt like I was hosting the game myself, which is something I really wasn't expecting. The next thing I really enjoyed was how Hytale's movement feels. This truly allows Hytale to run in its own shoes, no pun intended, and take its own shape when it comes to how the game feels to play. A bunch of small things like a small jump when tapping spacebar, a 2-block tall jump when holding it, being able to walk up hills in 1-block increments without needing to jump over each individual block, And last but not least, my favorite feature of the movement is the mantling system. I did not realize how good a mantling system would feel in a game like this, but it's truly incredible. I find it especially useful when building, as it allows me to jump and grapple around my build to get different angles for breaking blocks and placing them. This of course is going to segue into Hytale's combat, which I do think is a very big positive. We've been told by the devs that the combat simply isn't in its final form yet, but where we are now is already a fantastic starting point. The animations are fluid, the combos are fun to hit, and charging and dishing out special moves is very satisfying. I'd like to see some depth added to combat as time goes on, but we already know that's coming, and combat as is above average. Something I thought was going to be overbearing at first, but eventually I came to love it, was the immense amount of workbenches dedicated to special functions. For example, you have a workbench completely dedicated to building blocks. Insert a block and it'll give you every variant under the sun dedicated to it, allowing you to see whole block palettes and much more easily plan your builds. Or take for example the blacksmith's anvil, which is dedicated to weaponry, the chef's stove for food, and armorer's workbench. I mean, you get the point. An incredible feature for these workbenches is that they all have their own progression paths too. You can upgrade them as time goes on, which will allow for shorter crafting times and more things to craft in general. Crafting also pulls materials from nearby chests, not just from your inventory. So you can see here I have plenty of chests put up on shelves above my workstations, and my workstations will simply pull from those materials when I'm trying to create something new. An absolute masterclass of a feature I couldn't imagine living without. At some point in your journey, you're going to come across a place called the Forgotten Temple. Now I can tell that in the future this area will serve for many important...
I don't think I want to do another Minecraft clone. I'm fairly sure.
If I tell you guys a secret, will you promise not to get mad at me and just hear me out? While you think about that, I want you to know that I realize that there is a case for not showing these people that people not like them are human. Rather, we should be reminding them that they are in fact human, even though they don't behave like it. I've said it before, I don't hate Trump supporters. They fall more into a category of people I just don't mess with. Even before Trump came into the picture, they weren't the type of people that I'd be around ever. The thing is, it's not even because right-wingers tend to have lower cognitive ability. Look, don't get mad at me. I didn't say that. I didn't say that they have below average mental skills. My resources are in the video description. What I am about to share is the best explanation as to why these people are just the worst. I don't know if what I'm going to share with you could be considered an essay or a poem. What I am sure of is that it hit the nail right on the head. Let me share this Substack article by Michael Jokum, who is not just a drummer. And by the end of this, I think that you're going to have a better understanding as to why it's hard to find the humanity in these people and why they can't seem to see the humanity in others. All right, this article is titled, I Used to Wonder. It's by Michael Jokum. I've been watching an absolutely heroic amount of pearl clutching lately from people who insist that JD Vance would somehow be worse than Trump once Trump's inevitable political and biological expiration arrives. Let's get something straight. It has never been about Trump. Not for 1 second. Trump is just the mascot. The real story is the people who finally saw themselves in him and felt validated by what they saw. I actually believe most of them will drift away when the cult collapses, like embarrassed fans of a one-hit wonder. Many of them will swear they were never really into him at all. I used to wonder how it was possible that Trump could have won in 2016 and then again in 2024, given how emotionally toxic, morally vacant, and psychologically mangled he is. I don't wonder anymore. I think he won for that exact reason. He wasn't a candidate, he was a mirror. If you were a racist, you found your guy. If you were a misogynist, you found your guy. If money was your only religion, you found your guy. If your heart was armored shut, you found your guy. If you mocked disabled people, you found your guy. If you hated intelligent people, you found your guy. If you were a rapist, you found your guy. If you enjoyed golden showers with Russian sex workers, you found your guy. If you've done absolutely nothing to confront your emotional wreckage, you found your guy. If you were a serial cheater, you found your guy. If you were a perpetual bankrupt, you found your guy. If you stiffed honest workers, you found your guy. If you were a con man, you found your guy. If you mocked people's appearances, you found your guy. If you were disassociated and disembodied, you found your guy. If you were unconscionable in every economic dealing, you found your guy. If you lied as naturally as breathing, you found your guy. If you'd never eaten a green vegetable, you found your guy. If you were a white supremacist, you found your guy. If your ego contained a hole so large, not even the presidency could fill it, you found your guy. If you were a psychopath who cared not one molecule about other humans, you found your guy. If he had only 2 of these traits, he never would have won. He won because he had hundreds of them, and millions of people recognized themselves in at least one. This has never been about Trump. It has always been about the people who finally had their worst instincts validated. Trump didn't create the cruelty, he licensed it. He handed out permission slips for hate. He is merely a symptom of a far deeper disease, collective toxicity. If there is one sentence that explains Trump's power, it is this. He says the things I'm thinking. That's the part that should chill the spine. Who knew that tens of millions of Americans were thinking such unconscionable things about their fellow citizens? Who knew how many white men felt so threatened by women and challenged by minorities that they were ready to torch democracy to feel big again? Who knew that after decades of apparent progress on race and gender, so many people were living in seething resentment, waiting for a demagogue to legitimize their worst selves and convert their bitterness into political power? Perhaps we were living in a fool's paradise. We aren't anymore. Michael Jokum, not just a drummer, reflections on art, politics, dogs, and the human condition. Thank you to everyone who sent me a coffee or a super chat. Michael launched his Substack about 3 months ago. If you like Substack, why not subscribe? I've linked his article in the video description. And while you're subscribing, subscribe to this channel and turn on the notifications if you'd like to see my...
After uploading my fight with Fader in Valheim, the comments went in a direction I did not expect. Initially there was an argument about magic, difficulty, and what skill is supposed to look like. But very quickly that faded and was replaced with something more interesting. People weren't debating how I fought. They were talking about where they stopped playing. And again the answer was the same. Ashlands. Across different comments, a pattern emerged. Different friends groups, different worlds, different levels of experience. The outcome was the same. Players reached Ashlands and gradually lost momentum. Not because they couldn't win the fights, but because simply moving through the biome felt overwhelming. Enemy density was constant, exploration was slow and interrupted. And when that happens often enough, something subtle breaks. Curiosity. In other biomes, curiosity leads to exploration, and a challenge sharpens focus. Ashlands does something different. It taxes it. You move forward and get swarmed. You recover and move forward once again, just to be swarmed, not by something new, but the same thing again and again. Progress becomes fragmented. And
yeah, I didn't like this game, and that's how the beginning of the game is too.
Players say, I couldn't explore with...
Like, I didn't think it was the right kind of sandbox combat. Even Mortal, I think, did better in that respect. You just get swarmed if there's any real challenge at all.
Without it becoming a chore. They're not rejecting the difficulty, they're reacting to the constant friction. The difficulty that interrupts curiosity doesn't feel intense, it feels tiring. Ashlands introduced something interesting on paper. Friendly NPCs, the Dverga, an idea of a battlefield already in motion with an army of the dead in constant conflict, a land already at war before you arrive. In theory, this should create moments of relief, small windows where the world breathes with you, but in practice, those systems don't quite hold together. The Dverga often charge directly into the lava, they run around attracting enemies and then die before they can meaningfully help. And once they're gone, the pressure returns, uninterrupted. So instead of a dynamic battle lines, you're left alone with the full weight of the biome. The idea is strong, but the execution leaves the player carrying it alone. To be clear, the developers did respond. Ashland launched with overwhelming spawn behaviour. Creatures reacted to environmental damage, falling cinders, burning trees, and enemies would converge from across the biome. And that was adjusted. Now most pressures come directly from player action, and that helped, but it didn't change the core feeling, because even after the fix, the experience from pain remains repetitive. The danger isn't what happens, it's how often it happens and how little space there is between it. The challenge didn't become unfair, it became exhausting. One comment describes this perfectly. Some games confuse grit with depth. They believe frustration equals meaning, that endurance equals mastery. Now, it's important to say this. For many players, Ashlands works. Some genuinely enjoy cleaving through hordes, specialising their weapon skills deeply, grinding those skills to 80 and beyond, feeling unstoppable after earning it. And that's valid. Valheim is a long journey. Each biome is meant to be harder. Each boss is meant to be more demanding than the last. From that perspective, Ashlands isn't a mistake. It's a commitment. But there's also where the split happens. Endurance through density, through repeated engagements, through long travel for mandatory objectives. The systems don't necessarily deepen, they persist. And some players enjoy that persistence, but others lose interest quickly. Because endurance alone isn't what carried Valheim before. Earlier biomes asked players to prepare. Mistlands asked players to proceed carefully. Ashland asks players to endure. The persistence isn't wrong, but it narrows the audience. Not because the players can't handle the difficulty, but because not everybody wants challenge to feel endless. It's easy to frame this simply as needing to get good at the game, but comments don't support that. Many of these players finished Mistlands, some restarted entire worlds, some pushed through multiple updates. They weren't asking for easier combat, they encountered progression that feels slow and repetitive, and the challenge no longer teaching or showing something new, and instead testing patience. There's another cost in Ashlands that doesn't get talked about much: death. In Ashlands, dying doesn't just reset a fight, it resets momentum. Recovering your gear can mean running naked through active hordes, maintaining multiple backup sets of armor, and building infrastructure purely to survive recovery. Portals, waypoints, fallback bases. I did all of that, not to trivialize the biome, but to make progress without burning out. And when survival becomes more about logistics than discovery, the fantasy shifts. You stop asking, what's over that ridge, and start asking, is it worth the run back? Valheim is still a remarkable survival game, and Ashlands feels like a tonal shift. From challenge rooted in preparation to challenge rooted in tolerance. And when difficulty leans too heavily on grind, it risks losing the very players that were willing to learn its systems. Not because the game's too hard, but because it stops feeling fun to engage with. One of the most interesting questions raised is simple: what else could have been done? But that is the hard part. Ashlands adds new systems, magic, building options, enemy variety. The content is there. The question isn't quality or quantity, it's pacing. This isn't a call to make Valheim easier, it's a question of what kind of difficulty keeps players engaged. Moments of relief, systems that share the burden, enemies that escalate meaningfully rather than constantly. Not less danger, just more contrast. Valheim is still one of the most cohesive survival experiences ever made. Ashlands isn't a failure, but it is a stress test on how much friction a game can sustain before curiosity gives way to obligation. Some players push through, some adapt, some grind, and others stop. Not because they lost, but because the rhythm changed. Difficulty teaches, curiosity engages, endurance filters. And where that line sits will always define who stays and who drifts away.
Hi, pretty kitty. Oh. Watch it, kitty. You're like standing on my ribs. Hi, kitty.
Corner was filled with...
Watch the ribs, kitty. stop bumping my camera. You're acting all weird and annoying. I just want to see the combo. You went fishing first. Ah, don't claw me. No. Kitty, you bumped my key. Oh, I love my kitty. I love her. Yeah, she's a good kitty. I like her. I love the kitty. Yes, I do. I really love the kitty. Oh, please tell me I'm done. Am I done? Please tell me I'm done. Oh, you beautiful kitty, you. Release the artifact. Oh, this pretty kitty. I like this pretty kitty. Give me an objective. No. How do I get in there? Go. Oh, this beautiful kitty. It's over for the magazine. Reminds me of Half-Life. The level design is good, I gotta say. Oh, I'm out of blend. God damn it. Oh, my kitty. I gotta stretch my legs out though, kitty. There we go. I think I'm gonna go to the store here in about an hour, and when I do, kitty, I'm gonna kick you out of here because it's the best sunny day we've had in a long time. I think I want to go spend 20 bucks, and I'm gonna buy Taco Bell, beer, and milk. I'm starting to get there, I think. Oh, I guess I could go now. I could go now. Oh, you're giving me a guidance. Good. Oh, kitty, you having a love attack? Yeah, you are. You are. You're having a love attack. You really want me to touch you, don't you? Yeah, you're bored. Yeah, you're bored. You're a bit of a bored kitty. Well, today you're going to go out in the sun. You're going to go out in the sun with me pretty soon, I think, actually. I'm going to go shopping for beer. I can't go buy any beer, but I should eat. Ooh, I'm finally out of here, I think. If there was going to be a magazine, it'd probably be in this room. Just gonna have a glance around here. I don't know why there would be a magazine in NASA, though. Oh, you cute kitty. I like you so much. Oh, good. We're done. Yay. We can leave. This is cool. This is Earth. Yeah. London landmark. Cairo landmark. Looks like a moon. Hey, kitty. Yeah, bram, bram. Oh, I love the kitty. Yeah, you're so cute. You're so cute. Oh, I love this kitty. Yeah, you're just having a love attack. You're in a love attack mood. Yeah. All right. Well, okay. You're a happy kitty. You want to play? You want to play some, kitty? No? I know you're hungry. I will feed you soon. Probably 12, honestly. So... Talk to the emissary at the NASA launch tower. Okay, I don't even leave the planet, but I'm out of blend. So let's go out and we will go to Volai to go buy blend. And that'll be boring. Neon core, what's wrong with you? Because I'm not in the ship yet. Can I jump to my ship? Yeah. I want to go out to Vola. Going to turn off the music. Now, Vola. I can't set landing target. Jump, damn it. Contraband, it's fine. Just take me in, it's fine, it's faster. I think the mods have broken my music, which is kind of crazy. Or maybe I just need to reload. Is there not a local thing? I don't know what it is. Oh. Is it because I'm bleeding or something dumb? I don't care. Give me some blend. I need blend. Give me some blend. Oh, I'm out of blend anymore. Blend. How much is this each time? It's like 24,000 or something like that. Or 2,400. Yeah, it's like kind of a lot. It's like, yeah, it's like, but it is something good to spend the money on. Now it's Dream Zone. God damn it. Fucking NPCs. Get up. Get up, get up, get up. Captain of Furnace. Well, what about a furnace? Furnace is locked to unlock in the max game. Unlock furnace. No. No furnace. I could boil a lot of water. That might be some money. There we go. It's a piece of crap. That's all I needed to see. Oh, I didn't show up for the funeral because I don't care about Samco. Sorry. Oops, my cat bumped my camera, sorry.
Hello there and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to talk about the pre-patch. Yes, the midnight pre-patch. And in this video we're going to go through everything that is coming in this pre-patch. There is so much. It is pretty insane. So before we begin, if you like this type of video, please do leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel. We do a ton of World of Warcraft content over here. So if that's your thing, then drop a sub. Right, so the midnight pre-patch launches extremely soon. As of the recording of this, it is next week, January 20th, 2026 for the NA region and January 21st for the EU. Of course, this pre-patch brings a ton of different features, which we're going to go through in this video. Some major, some minor, but we're going to try and cover everything that is coming. I will note as well, the pre-patch event does start 1 week later on January 27th for the NA region and January 28th for the EU. There will also be another midnight patch, patch 12.0.1. Now that's going to launch probably about a week before the launch of midnight. There'll probably just be a lot of minor changes in that. If there's enough for a video, I will obviously cover it in a video, but for the most part, it's just going to be a lot of minor things coming in that patch, I would imagine. So let's start with a big one, and that is, of course, a new race class combination. The Void Elf Demon Hunter is coming in the midnight pre-patch. So this is unlocked through a very, very short quest that starts in Dornegal that should probably automatically pop up when you log in. This quest line takes you back over to Koresh to complete some things, and completing this quest will give you access to the Void Elf Demon Hunter. Now, Void Elf Demon Hunters do start at level 10 in Telegraph's Rift. There's no special starting zone, there's no special kind of interactions or anything like that. You'd simply just start at level 10. As of the recording of this, there are no new customizations for them. However, Keyboard Turner did data mine some potential new ones, which just haven't been hooked up. So I don't know if Blizzard just didn't go with them, or they just haven't been hooked up, and maybe they'll turn up on patch day as a surprise. But yeah, as of right now, there's no new customizations. customizations. Obviously, you'll just have the kind of standard customizations you get with a regular Void Elf, just with the addition of Demon Hunter stuff as well. So yeah, that's going to be available from patch day. Sticking with Demon Hunters, we also have a new spec coming for Demon Hunters. This is the Devourer spec. This is a new Void-themed specialization for Demon Hunters. This will not have an unlock. This will be available to all of your Demon Hunters as of launch. This is a mid-range spec, so it'll feel a lot different to current Demon Hunters. This will also include a new hero talent specialization called Annihilator, which is also used by Vengeance. So a lot going on for Demon Hunters in the patch. I'm not going to go into too many details about the spec because genuinely I don't really know too much about it, but there is a very good video on the Warcraft channel going over it if that's something you're interested in. But if you do play Demon Hunter, you could just switch over to it on patch day and check it out. It's pretty interesting. I kind of enjoy the gameplay. Sticking with classes, there is going to be some massive class changes across the board for basically every single class. Now, what you'll notice is probably just quite a bit of pruning to classes to make them feel a little bit simpler. Now, if you want to see specific class changes for your class, I'll link the patch notes down below so you can check out everything that is coming. There is tons of class changes. Your classes are going to feel a lot different when you log in on pre-patch. I certainly feel a little bit indifferent about some of the hunter changes, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll get used to it. But yeah, massive class changes coming in pre-patch. Also in the patch is a stat squish. So when you log in on pre-patch day, you will notice your stats are going to be a lot lower. So this will include damage numbers and item levels, not player levels. Player levels
They're
will
capping at 83 for some reason. 83 is such a weird cap. Oh my god. I've been pulling so much water. Whatever. got 12 people now. What's up? Sure, why not?
will remain the same. So yeah, when you log in, you're probably going to notice some lower numbers. Now this is something they do every so often. The last one I believe was in Shadowlands, and from some testing it feels pretty similar to how it feels right now, just with lower numbers, just to be a little bit easier to sort of understand how your damage is doing and things like that. I do like it. Obviously on the Midnight Beta at level 90 we are kind of getting up to higher numbers already, so maybe we'll see another stat squish sooner rather than later, but it is nice to see, and certainly something that will probably continue to happen every couple of expansions just to keep the game more manageable. So yeah, hopefully this one doesn't mess up too much legacy scaling through old dungeons, because that's what happened last time, but this one seems a lot different to the last one, so here's hoping. Moving on, we also have some pretty major updates to the transmog system. So firstly, the first thing you're going to notice when you log in on pre-patch is that you're going to get a ton of new appearances. So collecting a full set from a higher difficulty will unlock all the subsequent difficulties. So for example, if you unlock the mythic set from a raid, that will unlock all of the appearances for heroic, normal, and raid finder. This also works for 25-man and 10-man. The UI does actually specify which sets it includes, so not every set is included, but it is the majority of the raid sets in the game, and this is retroactive. So if you have an older set from the game that you've completed, you will get these subsequent sets. As said, it is full set, so it's not just like one item. So if you get like the mythic gloves, that's not going to unlock the previous appearances. You do need to get a full set, and you can obviously work on that right now before pre-patch, just getting all of the highest set you can possibly get. So yeah, a great change. Another change for transmog is a complete redesign of the UI. So as of launch, you will now transmog the slot and not a specific piece of gear. So if you end up getting a new helm, you won't need to re-transmog it. This will just keep the same appearance regardless of what helm you have. Another change that is happening is that Fury Warriors will now be able to transmog their two-handed weapons into one-handers, which yeah, is fantastic. I love that. So the way you transmog is changing as well. So you'll now have things called outfit slots. Now these are not outfit slots like we know them right now. They're just kind of reusing the terminology. So this is a new system where you purchase outfit slots that you can change freely. As of pre-patch, there will be 50 slots you can unlock, and these do cost gold. The first two are free, but it does go up in price, starting at 100 gold, 200 gold, 300 gold, into the thousands, into the tens of thousands. But really, you're not going to need all 50, I wouldn't imagine. But if you do want to unlock all 50, it's going to be about 2 million gold to unlock those. So you basically set your transmog inside these outfit slots, so you can have like one set in outfit slot 1, and then in outfit slot 2 you can have another set, and it is free to switch between those, and you can actually put it on the bar as well if you want to do that, and you do this fun little Wonder Woman spin when you do it, but it's free to change between the outfit slots. Now you will need to pay gold to change the transmog inside the outfit slots though. It's about 1.5 to 2k for an entire set, but obviously you won't need to pay that again anytime you get new gear, but you will have to change it every time you do decide to change your transmog. So I think overall you probably will be saving some gold here. The other part of outfit slots is that these can actually be assigned to a new system called situations. So the way that these work is that you can set a specific outfit to a specific situation. For example, you can have a set automatically appear when you're swimming, and then when you're not swimming, it goes back to your regular set. As of right now, the current situations are locations, so depending on what type of content you're doing, like dungeons, raids, PvP, etc. You can have movements, so you can have like regular movement or ground mount or flying mount and things like that. You can even have it for specific specializations, including ones that you've created. And for Drakthir and Worgen, you can have different sets for different racial forms. You could also combine these as well, so if you just wanted a swimming set while in a dungeon, that can be done, which is really cool. The set tab has also been updated. Now it continues to show completed sets, but it now also shows incomplete sets, which is nice. And you also have the custom set tab that has all of your previously saved sets from the old UI. So if you've made a bunch of sets previously, you can now still view them and create new sets in this custom set tab, and then you can assign that to your outfit slots, which is nice. So overall, in my opinion, a much better upgrade to the current transmog system. It is a little confusing. I do have a full video going over all the different details and stuff like that that I might not have covered in this video. So yeah, go check that out if you haven't. That is the new transmog updates in the pre-patch. Next up, let's talk about add-ons. Yes, as of pre-patch, all add-ons are being removed from World of Warcraft. I'm joking.
Wow.
That's not actually happening. Don't repeat that. What's actually happening is that combat add-ons are getting their API restricted. Certain information will no longer be able to be customized or generated by third-party add-ons. This change does pretty much just affect combat-related add-ons. So add-ons like Leatrix Plus, All the Things, Narcissus are all pretty much unaffected by this change. The team at WeakAuras did announce that they're no longer making a version for Midnight, and this will come into effect in the pre-patch. So we will not have WeakAuras as of the recording this in pre-patch and beyond. Now, Blizzard are slowly reverting some of these changes to find a good middle ground with add-ons, so I would imagine even with the 12.0.1 patch, we will see some further changes to this, but certainly if you use a lot of combat add-ons and WeakAuras, it's going to feel a lot different in pre-patch. Now, add-ons like Bigwigs, DBM, Details, etc. will just reskin the information that Blizzard provides, so for the most part, it probably won't feel too much different, but yeah, certainly there's going to be not as much customization in regards to
Will they break the World of Warcraft mod heal bots in Midnight when they change the combat mod API rules? Healer add-ons are dying. Maybe I better go DPS then. Or I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I'll just have to adapt.
Combat and encounters. So let's go into some of the user interface updates because there are a ton. This is actually the majority of the pre-patch. So firstly, we have journeys. This is a new interface that will replace the traditional Renown UI. Now this is retroactive and will go all the way back to Dragonflight. This UI also features things like the Delver's Journey and the upcoming Prey Seeker's Journey from Midnight. The Delves tab has actually been removed from the Group Finder panel, so that's gone. Say goodbye to that in pre-patch. This will now be replaced with the Journeys UI. The Journeys UI also does have a button to see your Great Vault progress, and if you want to access the Journeys tab, this has been added as a new tab on the Adventure Guide, so all of your Renowns and Delve's Journey and things like that will be featured on the Journeys tab from now on. We're also going to get combat audio alerts in pre-patch, so this is an accessibility feature and you can enable audio alerts for various combat related things. There is tons of customization here and it just seems like a really great accessibility feature for those that need it. Obviously, some people will probably not need it, but the people that do need it will certainly need it with the changes to the API. So yeah, certainly a good change for sure. Also nameplates, so we are going to get new default nameplates as of pre-patch. There are 5 different variants that you can choose from right now, and you could do a bit of customization with this with the nameplate info, cast bar info, whether or not aggro is displayed, debuff tracking and padding, and then you can also choose whether or not you want to enable simplified nameplates for certain types of mobs. Now add-ons like Plater and things like that will probably reskin a lot of this, and for the most part, if you are using add-ons for nameplates, they probably still will continue to work. They just won't be able to provide new information that isn't already provided by Blizzard. So yeah, if you don't like the look of these, you probably will be able to customize these through add-ons. Your party frames are also getting updated with pre-patch. They're going to display a lot more information. Now, I can't speak too much about this, honestly. I just hope that this is enough information for players to be satisfied, as there is some pretty heavy API restrictions on the party frames and what is going to be displayed. So hopefully this is enough for people to continue to play the way they have been. If not, then maybe Blizzard might unrestrict some stuff here, but for the most part, yeah, the party frames will just display a lot more information. A minor change coming is that raid chat will now have chat bubbles, so you can enable that in the settings. Another thing you're going to notice going forward is that there's going to be new boss warnings. So these have been added to the game as kind of an in-game replacement for things like DBM and bigwigs. Now, as of right now, it doesn't look like it's completely retroactive, so we're probably not going to see this in Maniforge Omega or things like that and in pre-patch, but I might be wrong. These raids are not open on the PTR, so we don't actually know whether or not they're going to have these raid warnings, but if a boss does have those raid warnings, add-ons like DBM and bigwigs will be able to reskin it to make it look like something you're more used to. But you can customize this through the settings to make it look and feel how you like. You can also use the edit mode as well if you want to kind of change the look and position of it. I kind of like it. I've been using it quite a lot, and it provide some pretty helpful information during boss encounters. But as mentioned, add-on authors will be able to access and reskin this information, so it might not feel too different to you. The cooldown manager is also getting some updates. They've added support to share and save multiple layouts for the cooldown manager, which is cool, and right-clicking a cooldown in the cooldown manager settings will now give players the option to assign a sound and event type. So you can have up to 3 different alerts for each cooldown, which is pretty handy, and actually a little bit of an accessibility option as well. So some updates to the default cooldown manager. Another thing you're going to see is that the game will now have a damage meter. Yes, the game is going to have a damage meter built in by default. Now, on this, you can track different types of damage, different types of healing, even interrupts and dispels as of right now, and you can create multiple windows, up to 3, and you can customize the look and feel of this through the edit mode. Add-ons like details will continue to exist, however the information provided will just be the information that the inbuilt damage meter gives. So basically, if you can track it on the inbuilt one, details will also track it there. They're not going to provide any new information as of right now, but maybe that'll change. But essentially, if you're a details enjoyer or other damage meter enjoyer, you're probably not going to feel too much different. But if you do want to use the in-game one, it is there for you to use. I kind of like the look of it, actually. And finally on UI, big change that I love, find lumber. So find lumber is changing, so you'll actually be able to track lumber through the minimap instead of having to have the harvesting hatchet in your bag. To enable this on your character on day 1 of pre-patch, simply just click the axe in your bag and it's consumed and it adds the toggle to your minimap. You'll be able to find lumber as a toggle on your minimap, which is probably how it should have been since the start, but it is nice to see it coming in. We also have a new PvP mode coming in pre-patch. This is the new training grounds. So this is a new evergreen PvP feature, which is basically comp stomp, but not a brawl. So this is going to be active all the time, and this is going to be players versus AI NPCs. Now, as of the release, there will be 3 battlegrounds which are featured, which is Battlefield Gilneas, the Silver Shard Mine, and Arathi Basin. Now, as of my testing, it did reward honor, but it didn't give any marks of honor, but that was a while ago, so they could have changed it since I've tested it on beta. I really hope it does still give marks of honor. Obviously, people use comp stomp as a pretty good farm for that currency, so yeah, hopefully it's pretty much the same there. This mode is really just designed for people to kind of dive into PvP without the pressure of kind of having other players there, so it seems like a pretty pretty great thing to add, especially if you can get honor from it. So it might be a good honor farm with a little bit less stress. So let's talk about housing in pre-patch. So details on housing have been a little sparse as it hasn't been enabled on the midnight pre-patch PTR. However, Blizzard have come out and said that a few things are coming for housing. One of the big things here is endeavors. Yes, endeavors have been confirmed to be launching in pre-patch. So these are kind of the gameplay aspect of the neighborhood. With these, you kind of work together with your neighborhood to complete tasks like a group trading post of sorts. Completing these tasks will fill a bar and unlock more decor rewards at different intervals. Now, these tasks include things just around your neighborhood, but it can also include things like killing raid bosses or dungeons and things like that. And if you have 3 people from your neighborhood in the group, you also get double the XP. One of the big things with endeavors is that it's going to give you a lot of housing XP, so your houses are going to be leveling up a lot faster than just collecting decor, because this is sort of the main XP source for your houses. Now, endeavors are themed on specific cultures. As of pre-patch, we're going to have Blood Elf, Ethereal, Grummels, Niffin, Dracthir, and Mechanomes, it seems. Now, there are other ones in the data, but we haven't seen those on the beta as of right now. The Blood Elf one interacts directly with Midnight Zones, so I don't expect that to be active on the pre-patch. That will probably launch with Midnight once we have access to those zones. Also, endeavors do last 1 month at a time, and if you're in a private neighborhood, the owner of that private neighborhood can actually choose which endeavor you have, but if you're in a public neighborhood, the game will choose it for you. I would imagine it will just rotate through each of them month by month. These are just kind of scratching the surface of the details. I will have a full video on endeavors coming out on the channel very, very soon. Another thing confirmed is that we're going to get Blood Elf and Night Elf house shapes for our neighborhoods. So yeah, these houses are amazing. I love the Blood Elf one, especially. So much customization there, and yeah, you're going to have access to those on day 1 of the pre-patch. Another thing is charter neighborhoods, maybe? On the pre-patch PTR, you were able to try and start a charter neighborhood. The option was there, so potentially these are going to be active finally in pre-patch. And another kind of question mark with housing is more levels. So the data does suggest that we should be able to go from level 5 to level 9, which is the same as the midnight beta as of right now. Now, they could lock this off potentially, but with enabling endeavors,
I don't think I'm gonna do, well, maybe I will do Lore Master. I guess I'll do Lore Master, huh? I'll level through dungeons, and then I'll do Lore Master, and then I'll leave. I'll do Lore Master on, what's it called? Windwalker. Actually, maybe I'll do dungeons and just chain the MSQ and just follow the quest through. Yeah, I'll do Windwalker, I guess. Yeah, in terms of DPS, I think Windwalker is my favorite, actually, if it's all one-button rotation.
And getting all that XP, I would imagine this will probably be something that is going to be there, which also means like bigger house sizes and things like that are also coming in pre-patch. So again, a couple of question marks there, but we are getting endeavors, Blood Elf houses, and charter neighborhoods in pre-patch. One thing we do know is that there will be some more decor from dungeons, so because of the Midnight Season 1 dungeons all having decor attached to them, we'll be able to acquire some of these legacy dungeon decors as of pre-patch. So in the Pit of Sauron, you should be able to get the Eye of Acarus. Also, while we're talking about that dungeon, you will see some other changes coming to it in regards to boss models and sort of the way the dungeon works. That changes because of it joining Season 1 of Midnight, but it will also affect normal and heroic modes. So if you're running that dungeon, it might feel a little bit different. In the Skyreach, you're going to get the Skyreach Circular Table. In the Dark Flame Cleft, you're going to get the Wax Master's Candle Rack. And in the Crucible of Storms Raid, you will get the Crucible Voltive Rack. So certainly a couple of decor items being added to some dungeons for you to collect on pre-patch. Moving on into the Midnight pre-patch event. So this starts on January 27th or 28th, depending on your region. So 1 week after the launch. So this event can be done from levels 10 to 80, but obviously I recommend level 80. And it takes place in the Twilight Highlands. So once you've completed the introduction quest on one of your characters, you can head over to the Twilight Highlands and you'll see some small outdoor rare events which have you killing NPCs, filling a bar, and then defeating a rare. And that will happen every 10 minutes in various parts of the zone. So it is just kind of a fly and kill rares sort of event, which does reward some items. You will also see some new world quests popping up in the zone for your characters, which is a part of 2 new weekly quests which will happen in the Twilight Highlands to complete world quests and to complete these rare events events as well. So basically, you're going to be in that zone, just killing and repeating various things. Now, there is a new currency which is coming with this event, and this is used to purchase some of the new cosmetic rewards and some of the catch-up gear as well. In regards to rewards, there's a new arsenal which has different kind of Twilight Hammers themed weapon appearances. You also have a new ensemble, the well-worn Twilight Cultist attire, which is an HT version of the original Twilight Trappings attire from Vanilla WoW. You also have various pieces of decor you can purchase, like the Silvermoon wooden chair, the enchanted Blood Elven candelabra, and the Cinderai winged chaise. You're also going to have a new mount called the Retrained Skyraiser mount. You're also going to have 3 battle pets you can purchase, and there will also be some Warbound champion gear that you can purchase as well. This is a recolor of the Kaz Algard dungeon set, and this will sell armor, rings, necklaces, cloaks, and weapons, and each of the pieces cost 40 of the currency each to purchase. So these will be new appearances, but they do also drop from the rare events, so you might not need to purchase all of these. So you can just kind of do the rare events, hope that they drop, and then maybe as the event's ending, go and purchase the ones you're missing. But yeah, certainly I wouldn't waste too many of those tokens buying the set. This event also does have some new achievements. It has 2 achievements. The first one is 2 minutes to midnight. This is to defeat each of the bosses summoned by the Twilight Blades in the Twilight Highlands during the pre-patch event. This does reward a new mount called the Lightforge.
There is the Twilight event. There is a Twilight event, huh?
Suit mount and a...
Oh, the pre-patch will be fun. I like the Twilight event.
New title of Thorn of Twilight. There's also another achievement which is called Crushing the Cultist. This is to win the Twilight Blades Stratagem game in the Twilight Ascension base camp. This is a new interactable game that you can play, which is basically tic-tac-toe, and you have to win this 50 times to get this achievement. Now, there was a toy on the vendor, which does let you do it from anywhere, but that doesn't seem to be on the vendor as of the recording of this, so it looks like they may have removed it. Not too sure there, but you will be able to play this game in the Twilight base camp in the Twilight Highlands. So yeah, enjoy tic-tac-toe and enjoy trying to win 50 times for these achievements. So overall, yeah, the pre-patch event is pretty much one of the pre-patch events of all time. Fly around, kill rares, and do world quests. So for the most part, it'll keep us busy and have some new collectibles to obtain. Also coming in pre-patch is a new mount achievement. The Insurmountable Collection achievement for collecting 600 mounts will be coming to the game in pre-patch. This will reward Anshular Shadow's Guidance, which is a purple variant of the Mythic Farak mount, which is pretty cool looking. So if you already have over 600 mounts, then you will get this achievement day 1 of the pre-patch. Also in pre-patch, you'll notice a new login screen. Yes, the midnight login screen will come with pre-patch. So this is a new portal login screen, which does look pretty cool. I really like it. I love the shards falling into it. I did try and get a loop of it, but it seems like it's pretty randomly generated or whatever. Like, you can't get a perfect loop, but that's fine. It is very cool looking. I could just stare at it for days. Now, one thing I will say is I do feel like the buttons should probably not be red. Maybe they should be blue or purple. It just feels a bit weird. Maybe change the buttons from red to a different color. I know you could do it through add-ons if you wanted to, but yeah, by default, I think that should be changed. But overall, I don't hate it. I don't hate the login screen. I think it actually looks pretty cool. And finally, the Winds of Mysterious Fortune buff is coming back for pre-patch. This does start 1 week after pre-patch on the 27th or 8th, depending on your region, and ends on the midnight release. So yeah, nothing too revolutionary here. This is just a leveling and reputation buff from levels 10 to 79. And also, while you're leveling, you'll get various bags that contain helpful items to help you on your leveling journey. This reputation buff affects Dragonflight and War Within reputations. We haven't heard any other details as of right now, but yeah, what it seems like is that it is just going to be pretty much what we expect as a kind of leveling event. Now, we've just had Legion Remix, so maybe people won't have alts to level, but yeah, it'd be nice to have a little bit of a buff to the reputations regardless. So yeah, that's it. That is the Midnight pre-patch. Let me know in the comments your thoughts on this pre-patch. Certainly.
When is Midnight pre-patch? When is World of Warcraft Midnight pre-patch? Tuesday. So that's in like 5 days. I will switch my style up, but I'm not doing it for 5 days. Copper oracles. Okay. I better throw all this water away.
Can MMOs truly be free, like with no strings attached? Project Gorgon is finally going into 1.0, not early access, actually launching into 1.0. Elder Scrolls Online is changing again how they get your money from you. Maybe for the better, we don't know yet. And we get a rare, very rare second chance for a game that you might actually want to jump into.
So what's next? Oh shit, what is that? What is that? What the hell is that? Oh my god, that's like the theme from D&D. Yo, this is creepy. Void Eye. Oh shit. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, and there's this classic MMO that's doing a test that you can jump into coming in just a couple freaking days that you really don't want to miss, and all you have to do is go on Steam and press a button. I believe all of us can do that if you have Steam. All of this is in this edition of the MMO News that you could honestly go do anything else and be more productive with your life. But please don't click away. I need your views. They give me hope. Let's start with a story that I'm very excited and happy to tell you, because Project Gorgon is launching sooner than you think. The long in development indie MMO, which has recently been undergoing some new fancy schmancy updates to its character models to reel you into all its crazy, because deep down we're all just a little bit vain, or some of us a lot vain, and they know this. Well, they're gonna be launching into 1.0. But just in case you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, Project Gorgon is an indie MMO designed around creating unique and interesting experiences. A sandboxy tab target questy weird MMO with 16 combat skills, 71 trade skills, and 11 beast skills to mix and match. And it's launching finally on January 28th, 2026. Through its long tenure on Steam, the game has maintained an 85% positive review rating with over 2,200 reviews. It's even picked up several awards across MMO websites like Indie MMO of the Year in 2023 and 2024 from Massively OP. Project Gorgon wasn't the first Kickstarter MMO, but it was still pretty early on, launching its first campaign back in 2014, one that had actually failed, kind of like Pantheon Rise of the Fallen did. However, they came back, they rallied and launched a more successful Kickstarter campaign in 2015, pulling in $74,000. on their meager $20,000 goal, you know, to make an MMO. Not exactly gangbuster numbers to make an MMO. Project Gorgon has been playable for close to a decade for alpha players, and it's been on Steam since 2018 in early access, so it's been quite the journey. It's also one that's sadly not been without tremendous tragedy. So seeing this game get to 1.0, shedding that early access tag, comes with a whole lot of heart behind it. This isn't your usual story of a long in development MMO. It's one of passion and love for the genre, and a whole lot of just trying out new things and seeing if they stuck. So I'm really happy and excited to see this game launch. This game in a lot of ways is kind of like a love letter to the genre. It's one of those games that I've seen a lot of people go back to and just say like they really enjoyed this game through different spurts, sometimes shorter spurts, but they really enjoyed going back and playing this game. You can hop into Project Gorgon for $24.99 with a buy-to-play model, though it also has an optional VIP subscription for $11.99 per month. But from indie as fuck to not indie at all unless Microsoft invests another few billion into AI and further cuts ZeniMax so they can make another AI mobile game that no one will play, ESO announced some major changes to start 2026 with a bundle of quality of life changes, a class refresh, and essentially a major monetization change to Elder Scrolls Online. First, Elder Scrolls Online is moving full on into a seasonal model. They'd already kind of started this move away from their old cycle of DLCs and expansions, but now several old paid DLCs are going to become free content integrated into the base game. Seasons will be quarterly and they sound pretty bog standard if you played New World or any FPS in the last 10 years, with one exception which we'll get to in a second. You get a free track and a paid track. And then of course, because we live in 2026, you get a paid track. The premium track. So you get free the premium track for $14.99 and the premium plus $29.99 every quarter. I'm never a huge fan of time gating content to encourage expenditure, which is what battle passes do because the paid versions give you as long as you want, but the free version you have to complete the content within that quarter. But I also fully understand the same argument can be applied to a regular subscription or expansion that requires social rating. Battle passes are just a more direct version of this. They're more to the point with the spend money FOMO equation. But I mentioned there's a little change here. And one of the things that I thought was kind of interesting was reading about this is that
God, the graphics are bad now.
Out well. It's not clear yet if this will be more or less beneficial long term, and a lot of old do, at least for the more casual part of the game, then maybe it can rise up a little bit and get a little bit closer to say like a Guild Wars 2 for some of those like top MMO spots. After all, the game does have Billy Boyd as a voice actor, and that man is a freaking gem.
Done wonderfully. Your performances over the years have made me wept when I didn't expect it. And you remember that time when I completely lost control of my bladder? But it just all fell apart.
Just let it go.
So congratulations to you on that.
Thank you.
Well done.
We have a couple more small stories to talk about, but there's one more big one that I want to talk about before we move on to them. It's all about second chances. And this last one isn't really about an MMO, not necessarily. It's a shared world RPG, or a solo RPG, or a sandbox, or a cozy RPG, or maybe even a side scroller, I guess. What's fascinating about Hytale, as I've only just started to pull on the threads of this game, isn't just its history, which, if you're uninitiated, the game was an indie project. It was purchased by Riot in 2020. Riot canceled it in 2025. It was dead, gone, poof. And then it wasn't. Riot sold it back, and now it just launched into early access with an entry price of $20 if you want to play. It looks a whole lot like Minecraft, but there's also already a whole shit ton of mods out there for the game. It's venturing into the lands of games like Valheim and Bitcraft. It plays a lot like Terraria, but also has hosted multiplayer servers, and there's even a video from the founder of Hytale showing off the creation of a side-scroller version of the game, or a Vampire Survivors version of the game, all through their server-side modding to turn it into different genres. It'll be interesting to see how large this game gets and how it grows, and if we get persistent large-scale MMO-like worlds out there. For now, at least, you can host your own servers or pay for server hosts like other similar shared world games. If you decide you do want to give this game a chance, my fellow co-host of the Scuffed Game Awards, Mr. Guybrush, who may or may not have a striking resemblance to Steve, has a creator code that you can go ahead and enter, and I'm sure he would appreciate it. And no, he has no freaking idea that I put this in this video, so don't tell him. He's probably fucking mad at me that I put it in this video. But he is also the reason why I put it in this video, because I wasn't going to, but I watched him play it. He played it for 6 hours straight. And so I think it's safe to say that he enjoyed it. But now let's get on to the bonus news, because there's a test I really don't want you to miss, because I'm not gonna miss it this time. Apogea. Apogea will have a test starting on January 16th. So if you want
So after putting around 12 hours into Hytale since the launch, I think I finally understand what this game is, and more importantly, who it's for. Because Hytale isn't just a Minecraft 2, and it's also not going to replace Minecraft for everyone. This is an early access game, it's not finished, and even the developers themselves have said it's not the game they ultimately want it to be yet. But despite that, I've generally been impressed. So in this video, I want to give you my honest review after 12 hours and talk about what Hytale does really well, where it clearly needs work, and whether I actually think it's worth the $20 price tag right now. My first impression of Hytale is pretty simple. It's great, but it's obviously not complete. That said, the foundation is absolutely here. There is a real sense of wonder when you first start playing. It honestly reminded me of the first time I ever played Minecraft. That feeling of stepping into a world where you fully don't understand everything yet, but you want to explore it. At the same time though, it doesn't feel as bare bones. It leans much more into a Terraria and Valheim style RPG mechanics, with structured progression, tougher enemies, and systems that feel deeper right from the start. Even after just a few hours, I felt like I was constantly discovering new mechanics, new crafting paths, and new reasons to explore, and that's a really good sign for an early access game. So let's get straight to the big question. Is Hytale worth $20 in its current early access state? And in my opinion, yes. The game is surprisingly stable, it runs smoothly, and there's already a lot to do. This doesn't feel like one of those early access games that basically is a tech demo or a proof of concept. It really feels like a real game that just isn't finished yet. I've played plenty of early access titles that are missing core systems or feel borderline broken, and Hytale honestly feels more polished and feature complete than almost any early access game I've played, even though the developers are being very open about the fact it's not done. Could it use more content? Absolutely. Does it need bug fixing and balance passes? Definitely. But for $20, I've already got my money's worth and I'm only 12 hours in. Now, we have to talk about the Minecraft comparison because it's kind of unavoidable at this point. Roughly 80% of Hytale's DNA comes from Minecraft. The block-based world, survival loop, crafting, exploration, it's all very similar. And I want to be very honest here. If you don't like Minecraft at all, I'd probably avoid Hytale for now. That remaining 20%, the RPG systems, deeper combat.
Yeah, we've seen these Minecraft mods, and these Minecraft remakes, and yeah.
It's a huge YouTube issue. It's a huge YouTube issue.
The algorithm is not working.
The YouTube algorithm has changed.
Something's a bit weird on YouTube.
YouTube currently has a huge problem on the platform, and it is a problem that is affecting everyone.
You're not crazy. YouTube have made some big changes, and I have data from over 500 channels to prove it. See, recently, more and more creators have been talking about their views going down for no apparent reason. And this isn't one of those your content sucks, get good situations. My channel was averaging 150k views per video. Now I'm stuck at around 60k a video. Quality is the same, nothing is different. Another comment I saw, I've been doing YouTube for 10 years, almost at 1 million subscribers, and this is the first time in all that time I've noticed a significant sustained drop in views. I used to average 1 to 10k views per video. Now I'm lucky to get 20 views, and they're not alone. Even the biggest creators are suffering. Valio.co shows the top 100 YouTubers combined views went down over 50% in just 1 week. So what's caused all this? Did the algorithm change? Is YouTube gonna pull a Vine, or is it something else entirely? Well, contrary to popular belief, after looking at the data, I don't believe these view drops were caused by YouTube restricted mode, AI slop, ad blocker not counting views, or even seasonal trends. Sure, ad block and seasonality did have some effect, but I think I found the two biggest reasons so many creators' views have actually gone down, and feels like nobody's talking about it. So let me explain. Quick context, I work with a lot of creators. Usually they give me access to their channels, and so when I started hearing about creators and even entire niches getting significantly less views, I started exploring the analytics of the 500 plus channels I have access to. And what I found has honestly made me a bit scared for the future of YouTube. So what I did was I exported all the data from these channels I had access to and created this graph, which overwhelmed data lines, I get it. But this graph is actually one of the keys to uncovering where these view drops have been coming from. It shows the combined amount of views being generated by shorts across over 500 channels I have access to. Each colored line represents a different traffic source. So for example, the purple line represents the amount of people clicking on shorts they see in the search results. The pink purple-ish line, I know I'm an artist, that shows the amount of viewers clicking on shorts they see in their homepage. Now let's just follow these lines for a bit. If we come back here to 2024, you can see that both the pink and pinkish purple line are relatively low. And this tells us not as many shorts were being promoted in search or on the YouTube homepage. But then in early 2025, you can see they start to go up. They get particularly high in April and May, before dropping down a tad and stabilizing here. And here's what I want you to look at. Notice how much higher these lines are here, where we are now, compared to where they were back in
Hello? Hey. Sorry about that. Had a phone call.
...2024. It's roughly double, and what this seems to be telling us is YouTube is promoting shorts on viewers' homepages and in search much more than it used to. But what does this have to do with creators' views going down? Well, let's go back in time for a sec. Take a look at this. This is what your typical YouTube homepage looked like back in 2024. So this is back here when the pink and purple lines were flatter. You can see 2 rows of long form videos with 5 videos per row. So a total of 10 long form videos being promoted, and then below that we have a row of shorts. Now, let's fast forward a bit and see what YouTube looks like around the beginning of 2025. You can see we've gone from 2 rows of 5 long form videos to 2 rows of 3 long form videos. And if we fast forward to the present, this is what the typical YouTube homepage looks like. And I've looked at a bunch of different screenshots from different users in Australia, Asia, US, Europe, and they almost always all seem to have 1 row of 2 to 3 long form videos, and then this grossly obese row of shorts taking up the entire rest of the screen. And this isn't just something that's happening on desktop homepages. If you load up YouTube on your mobile, usually the first thing you'll see is a fat block of shorts taking up your entire screen. And also, when you use YouTube search, the amount of shorts that now show up is staggering. But the thing is, there's only so much space on viewers' screens. So for YouTube to be able to promote these extra shorts, they had to cut back on the amount of long form videos they're promoting to viewers. Now you would think this makes shorts views go up across the board while long form views go down. But from the data I'm seeing, what actually seems to be happening is the overall amount of views being generated by long form videos across the platform isn't really taking a hit, probably because of reduced decision fatigue. But the diversity of where those views are going is. See, if you're a creator, instead of fighting for 1 out of 10 available slots on the homepage, like back in 2024, you're now fighting for 1 out of 2 to 3 available spots. And so naturally, less videos make the cut, and so views aren't getting distributed to as many middle-class creators. But what can you actually do about this? Well, before I can get into that, we need to go over the second big thing I found. See, you might look at these changes, the number of available long-form video spots on the homepage decreasing, and think, well, this isn't going to affect big creators. Beast, Robo, Trahan, YouTube's golden boys. Surely they're not going to see a drop in views because their videos are definitely going to claim one of these top spots, right? Well, interestingly, from the data I mentioned earlier, it seems like big creators are experiencing view drops too. But where are their views going? Well, a while back I was talking to my bald YouTube wizard friend Mario, and he noticed something interesting. See, Mario works with some of the biggest creators in the world, and when he looked at their analytics and specifically looked at views coming from older shorts, he noticed that particularly around September, views coming from older shorts seemed to go through the floor. Kitty. Now, when I heard this, I talked to one of my other friends and he showed me this graph, and the data here shows views coming from older shorts posted by the top 100 YouTubers, and again, you can see this very steep decline, particularly around September, where it seems like all the old shorts on these channels are just getting promoted less. So it seems like YouTube have adjusted their algorithm to have a recency bias, basically taking more views away from older content and allocating it to newer content. But where does all this leave us, and what does it mean for the future of YouTube? Well, a bunch of things have happened. We've had the seasonality trends of people going back to school, the ad block issues where YouTube wasn't able to count views for some desktop users. But from what I'm seeing, the two biggest issues are 1, less screen real estate being allocated to long form videos in favor of shorts, and 2, older shorts dying off and getting less views than newer ones. And here's what's concerning about all of this. See, I was just at the TikTok Awards. I met a super talented TikToker, 600k followers, getting tens of millions of views, and she was still working a full-time job while living with her parents. Now, I'm not sharing this to shame her, I'm sharing this to illustrate a problem. 80 to 90% of the short form creators I meet are starving artists. They all talk about how jealous they are of long form creators. Short form content is just so much less sustainable. The ad revenue sucks, the conversion rate's terrible, sponsors won't pay as much for it, and in the past we've seen extreme versions of what can happen when content creation becomes less sustainable. Platforms like Vine didn't die because viewers stopped watching, they died because creators got sick of getting millions of views while still struggling to make ends meet. Now, I've spent hours talking with YouTube, and my impression is they are genuinely good people. Mostly, they're trying to tune the algorithm to reverse engineer what viewers want to watch. But if YouTube chooses to chase short-term metrics at the expense of long-term creator middle-class sustainability, the system starts to break. See, if we look 5-10 years down the line, the next generation of innovators, the people who are going to push YouTube forward and do things we've never seen before, the next beast, Robert Trahan, that creator is somewhere out there right now. But if YouTube becomes a platform where more and more creators have to work 3 times as hard for 50% of what they're currently getting, the chances of those creators quitting skyrockets. That's not good. It hurts the diversity and innovation that keeps YouTube fresh. And we know that freshness is something viewers care about too. If someone watching this has better data than me, feel free to reach out. I would love to be proven wrong here. But from what I'm seeing, essentially it seems like older shorts are getting a lot less views than they once were, and less digital real estate being allocated to long form videos on the search page and home page, particularly of desktop and mobile. So what do we do from here? Well, if you're a creator and you just care about getting more views, you don't really care about sustainability, I think now is a good time to be posting shorts. Competition for long form slots is getting tougher, particularly in certain niches. So if you want to get views on your long form videos, the tough love here is you're just going to have to up your game. But at the same time, if you or any creators you know have been experiencing these view drops, please share this video, post it on Twitter, tag YouTube. I know Todd, I know Renee, they are good people, and if they notice enough creators struggling with this, they will, probably quietly, make changes, or at the very least make sure this doesn't go too far. So please, let's try to get this message out. And if you are a creator who's struggling right now, keep going. It does seem like the game has gotten a bit tougher for some of us, but it's far from over and there's still plenty of time to turn things around. Thanks for watching.
I was an oceanographer of all things. I was a scientist. I studied crustaceans, which is why I still use the crab as an avatar. The story I like to tell is that when I was a graduate student, I spent a lot of time out on the ocean. You know, outside it was beautiful. It was I got to go to a lot of cool places. The pay was terrible, but it was really fun work, so I didn't mind. And then I got my degree and I got like a real science job, and all I was doing was sitting in front of a computer, you know, typing, writing grant proposals, writing research papers, and it was really boring. The pay was still terrible, and all of my colleagues, like, they would come in after dinner to like keep working on their experiments, and I felt like a fraud because I just didn't care that much. I wanted to play video games. And so I started to feel like, you know, a bit of imposter syndrome, like, why am I here? I'm not, you know, I don't have the love, which is the only thing that, you know, really drives you in this. I really loved games. And so I made a concerted effort to try to get into video games. I had no experience except for the fact that I played a bunch. But this was at a time when the concept of a game designer was just starting to evolve, because prior to that, and like the 80s and 90s, video games were made by engineers. They would do everything. They would often even do the art. They would do all the audio, and there wasn't really a designer. If there was, that was a very senior person who kind of dictated the game. And so the idea of junior designers was just starting to evolve. And I saw this interview with Bruce Shelley, one of those, you know, famous director types, talking about his new studio, Ensemble, which made Age of Empires, and how they were looking for game designers with no experience. I'm like, that's me. And I just applied, and I think maybe, you know, the fact that I had an unusual background got their attention, but really it was, they asked me to like make a scenario with they ship an in-game editor, much like Warcraft, StarCraft did, and yeah, they liked the map enough that they flew me in for an interview and pretty much offered me a job after that.
And what were your influences in gaming? You mentioned your passion about games, obviously, but where did that come from?
Gosh, that is a great question. I mean, I grew up at a time when like households didn't have personal computers, and my dad had always like, I guess, was on the cutting edge of that. It would bring home these like archaic, giant boxes with tiny little screens. And I was just fascinated by, they had very simple like graphics programs and music programs, but often games. And I got really hooked. We had like an Atari 2600 that we bought from Sears, and we had always had games around. The other big influence was Dungeons and Dragons, which I got hooked on way back in middle school. And that was kind of the shift from just being a player to like creating something, and I really liked that aspect of it, which turned out to be game design. I didn't have the right terminology then,
but it feels like it was a really fresh thing that you were getting into. Obviously you loved games, you were interested in getting into game design, but how did your philosophy of game design kind of evolve as you started with Age of Empires and then kind of progress in your career? Because it feels like junior game designers was a new thing. So were you kind of coming up with it as you go? Were there any influences, books? But how did you manage to just become one?
I mean, I had been a fan of Bruce Shelley back from like Civilization and even like Avalon Hill days, so I knew who he was. And his philosophy, which he adopted from Sid Meier, was games should be an interesting set of decisions, and then Bruce would add on to that with a satisfying conclusion. So early on, I looked at making whether it was a map in Age of Empires or a Dungeons and Dragons adventure, I always thought of it from the perspective of the player. Like, what is fun for them? And fun, very specifically here, was like making interesting decisions. And so for decision to be interesting, it has to have certain criteria. Like, it has to have, not an obvious answer. If it's an obvious answer, you're not really making a decision. The decision has to be interesting, meaning you're weighing different pros and cons, and that was at the heart of all of the strategy around the real-time strategy genre at the time of like, do I want to attack early? Do I want to like really invest in upgrading my unit so I have the best on the map? Do I want to play very defensively? And I think that got me on the right track, that being a game developer is not necessarily about creating art that you as a creator love. It's more about creating something for an audience and making sure that it's something that's going to resonate with them, that they want to stick with it. And I think that was probably the key that got me on the right course.
And as you got onto this course, how would you identify that audience? Because obviously you started in Ensemble Studios with Age of Empires, and then we'll move on into MMOs, etc. But how did you, kind of going back to that philosophy, how did you understand what the players wanted and what that type of game was for you to be able to kind of deliver a great experience for that audience?
Yeah, one of the things that Ensemble hit on, which was just very fortuitous, was the value of playtesting. Like, they playtested their game every day. It's usually 4 o'clock. The whole studio would stop what they were doing and play the game, with the idea that, hey, we're gamers. If we're not having fun, no one's going to buy this thing. They're not going to have fun either. And so we were the test audience early on, and people would talk about whether it was game balance of like, oh, the cavalry archers are too strong, or one of the maps I made of like, well, it was a slog at the end. I just wanted the enemy to surrender. We would take that feedback and iterate on it. And then I kind of took that to the next level, where it had been so recently that I had been a player on the outside looking in and kind of not understanding the design intent, that I said, let's just talk to players. Let's ask them. There was a civilization at the time. I think it was the Shang, which is like a proto-Chinese civilization that was deemed very powerful, and we were trying to figure out a way to fix it. And I'm like, let's just ask the players. Let's go out on the forums and be like, what do you guys think? And that was really heretical at the time. Like, my colleagues were either afraid that players would realize we actually don't have all the answers, and maybe they would see behind the curtain, or that it would, somehow we were giving up our jobs to like crowdsourcing the game, or maybe it'd become a distraction. it was a tough conversation to kind of convince them that that was okay. And then you see that later on at Blizzard, where Blizzard at the time had this blue wall where if you wanted to know what the developers thought, you wait for the patch notes. And that was the only way to kind of discern if they thought something was functioning correctly or not. And I'm like, why? Why don't we just tell them, go out there and say like, hey, we think paladins are a little too strong here. We're looking to fix it. So then when they saw the patch notes, they'd be like, oh yeah, this makes sense. They said that this was something they were looking at.
Is it a form of hubris that people don't want to ask players? I mean, you said that some people felt that by asking players, it felt like it was diminishing maybe their roles as kind of the designers or kind of the de facto creators of these experiences. But for me, as someone who also works in the industry, and I'm also very player-centric, it just seems to make so much sense to ask the very people you're creating the game for what their thoughts are. Do you have any other kind of reasoning for why that is just a phenomenon in the industry that people don't want to ask necessarily players?
There's a continuum, right? Because if you just say, hey, I'm going to make a movie, like I'm James Cameron, I'm going to make Avatar. I have no idea what I want to make. What do you guys think I should make? Hey, audience, tell me. Like, number one, they're probably not going to come up with anything great. And then like two, there's no vision behind it. There's no kind of unifying theme there. See, it takes both sides. As a game designer, as a game developer, you have to have the vision for what it is you're trying to make. And then you also have to run it by the audience. And I think it takes both of those parts. And sometimes when people who are not comfortable with the idea assume that all you're doing is crowdsourcing the whole thing of like, hey guys, we're making an MMO. What, should it be a fantasy? Should it be sci-fi? We don't know. And they're scared that it will create a weak product, which it probably would. And then they also do, the internet's a scary place, and I think they view it as a distraction because it's so easy to fall into traps like players are mad at you because you didn't use their idea, or players claimed you used their idea and now they want to sue you or they want a piece of the revenue, or you see this phenomenon where some developers kind of let it go to their head and they almost become rock stars where they're like, I'm going to spend all my time with my adoring fans, and they're just kind of feeding on the fact that players are hungry for information. And you see it, I won't name names, you see it sometimes happen where like the developer almost becomes the professional spokesperson and they're not even really working on the game anymore and they're even a little out of touch. So I think those are all legit fears, but I don't think it's enough to say, therefore let's stop talking to players.
Yeah, I feel like there's a duality to it. On one hand, you have the Steve Jobs that say, people don't know what they want, they'll know when I show them. And then the other end, which is we should be talking to customers, we are not the players, we are not the users, kind of the product mantra of development. And like you say, I do think the answer is somewhere in the gray zone in the middle. But walk me through kind of your journey then from Ensemble to kind of MMO leadership, getting into Blizzard. What was that like, that shift, and how did that happen?
So I loved Ensemble. I stayed there for like 9 years and worked on every Age of Empires product that they made. I got up to the level of where I was on the management team, just kind of the executive team for the company. And people had been working on this franchise for so long that they wanted something fresh. And so Ensemble was exploring RPGs and other like, where can we take this that's not just Age of Empires over and over again? And it became clear to me right away that Microsoft, who is our parent company, like they were not interested in this direction. They said, well, why can't you just keep making Age of Empires over and over again? So I started to worry about that. And then along with that, Microsoft was also kind of making rumblings about, gosh, you guys are really expensive. Like you've had developers who've been here for 20 years that salary kind of gets up there. And it felt to me like they were going to, just basically try to reclaim the IP and say, hey, we can hand it to someone else, get the same result at a far lower cost. And that is exactly what happened. I felt like I saw it coming enough to get out. And at the same time, World of Warcraft hit. Like, I had played MMOs before, mostly, little UO and EverQuest. But when WoW launched, it was such a phenomenon that my coworkers at Ensemble would like not stop talking about it, to the point where like I would sit down for lunch and I'm like, if you guys are going to talk about this game, I'm just going to go sit somewhere else because I'm sick of hearing about it. And they just said, just try it, you'll get it. And so almost to shut them up, I rolled up I think it was a Troll Hunter, and I'm like, oh man, I get it. They were right. I was wrong. And I fell so hard into that rabbit hole that before I knew it, like I was main tanking for our studio guild and like sending out updates every night of like how many more bosses we'd gotten to in Molten Core. And so it was natural for me when I started to worry about the future of Ensemble. Like Blizzard was the logical place to go. And I emailed Rob Pardo, who I've met a couple times at GDC or whatever. And it just worked out. My timing was really good because WoW at the time was led by Jeff Kaplan and Tom Chilton. And at the same time, they were developing a new MMO set in the modern time, which through, multiple evolutions eventually became Overwatch. But at the time, they were kind of trying to pull some of the leaders off of WoW and stick them on the new MMO, which left a leadership vacuum. So as Tom Chilton kind of became the new game director for WoW, there was no one left to kind of do the classes and PvP and balance stuff that Tom had done. And so I showed up like just at the right time. They interviewed me, they flew me out to Irvine, we just really hit it off, and before I know it, they made me an offer, and I went and told Ensemble, and like, nobody was surprised. They're like, yeah, of course you're going to Blizzard, like, it just makes sense, you love that game so much.
What was it about World of Warcraft when you first played it that really struck you? Like, if I can share my kind of 2 cents, when I first played WoW, I just felt immersed in this 3D world. I could move the camera, I could see everything around me. I felt like a small cog in this massive world, which I had no idea where to go. And I remember just dying, and as a ghost form, trying to go to the wetlands to go meet kind of my friends at school who were playing, not understanding that that's not exactly how you're supposed to do it. But what was it for you that really made WoW resonate?
It was 2 things. One, like you said, it was the polish. It was the sense of immersion. I had played EQ, but it always felt to me like a little bit of kind of a generic fantasy game. And I played UO, but it didn't feel like Ultima to me. I'd played all the Ultima games, and UO had some similarities in naming and stuff like that, but it just didn't feel like the same world. But Warcraft, like, clearly this was orcs versus humans. Like, they were very loyal to the units, the art style, everything. So it did feel like you were in that world. And it was the first game where the other players really started to matter. Like, you would see them in the other games, but it was something about Warcraft where I was doing it was the Alliance side, so it's probably in Westfall, doing a quest, and another player ran up and just started helping me. Like, we didn't group up, we didn't talk. It was like they were on the same quest as me, and so we were helping each other out. And just the thought that, like, yeah, that's a human. That's not an NPC. Like, that's just another player. It's hard to almost describe now because we're so used to it in every game, but it was so novel at the time of like, that's a real person, and maybe I'll see them again. Maybe we'll be friends. I eventually joined a guild of just randos I met online. Like, it was crazy to meet people through the game.
Yeah, there's an incredible feeling to that. I have a very similar story. When I first started playing, I was absolute noob. I never played MMOs before World of Warcraft back in 2007-8. So for me, it was completely new. I tried some free-to-play stuff, but nothing notable. And there was this gnome mage called Merlin that kind of met me in front of Ironforge, and I had no idea where to go, what to do. And she was like, "Hey, come with me. I'll take you on the Deep Run tram. I'll bring you to Stormwind. I'll show you where the next quests are." She bought me a robe, and I just remember what you're describing, like just a random real player, a real person helping me, didn't know who I was.
There was almost nothing in it for them. They were just kind of doing it to be cool. Yeah,
exactly. They were kind of doing it because there was this, I think there's this human urge to, I don't know, just help people and role play a member of an active society. Like but it was such a crazy thing to me. So MMOs for me have a special place because it brings out a lot of interactions that you wouldn't necessarily get maybe in real life.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, one of the most profound memories I had from those early days in WoW was the guild I had ended up joining was Horde, and this was right around the time, people may remember the opening of Encourage and the gates that you would have to open as a community. Like the entire WoW community had to band together to gain all of these supplies, like millions.
What was it you said? What was it you said? I didn't say nothing, man. Nothing. I just say nothing. May I say that I have seen Richard's special?
No, you may not say that.
Okay. I'm very sorry. In fact, though, that I have seen it, and it's hilarious. It's not quite as funny as mine, but it's really very funny. It's very funny.
Have you seen Chevy's special? I don't like Chevy. Okay, we're going to come right back and take another look at the slides here right after this commercial break. So,
Imagine being the funniest man in America, and 40 years later, you aren't even invited to the reunion. When SNL celebrated its 50th anniversary, Chevy Chase was the ghost in the room. Why? Because of a pattern of behavior that started in 1976. This is the timeline of how the original comedy genius became the industry's most famous pariah. To understand the tragedy of Chevy Chase, you have to understand the math of Hollywood. It's a simple equation. Your talent value must always be higher than your headache value. For a long time, Chevy's talent value was astronomical. He was the funniest, handsomest, quickest man in America, but the math started to shift, slowly at first and then all at once. This isn't just a story about a celebrity being mean. It's about a specific kind of self-destruction. It's about a man who had the keys to the kingdom, the National Lampoon franchise, the SNL legacy, the box office crown, and he threw them into the ocean, one insult at a time. And it all culminates in one dinner in 1989, a dinner that cost him $476 million. But before we get to that expensive meal, we have to go back to the moment the rot set in. 1975, New York City. When Saturday Night Live premiered, it was an ensemble show. It was supposed to be a team, but the cameras loved Chevy Chase, and Chevy loved them back. He was the first breakout star. He was the only cast member whose contract allowed him to skip rehearsals. While John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd were sweating over scripts until 4 a.m., Chevy was giving interviews to New York Magazine, who put him on the cover and called him the heir to Johnny Carson. He wasn't just a comedian, he was a rock star. And at 32 years old, that level of worship is dangerous. It convinced him that he didn't need the team. He didn't need the writers. He didn't need anyone. He left the show after just one season. He walked away from the cultural phenomenon he helped build because he thought he was bigger than the institution. When a writer asked him why he was leaving his friends behind, he didn't offer a sentimental goodbye. He simply said, money. Lots of money. He went to Hollywood to become a movie star, leaving a vacuum of resentment behind him. And when he returned to host the show a year later, that resentment was waiting for him in the hallway. February 1978, Chevy returns to host SNL. But there's a new sheriff in town. His name is Bill Murray. Murray had been hired to replace Chevy, and for a year, he had been living in Chevy's shadow. The audience missed Chevy. The critics missed Chevy. Murray was the underdog. So when Chevy walked back into 30 Rock acting like he still owned the place, barking orders at the cast, taking over the weekend update desk from Jane Curtin, Murray decided he'd had enough. The tension was so thick you could choke on it. It finally exploded in John Belushi's dressing room, minutes before the show went live. It started with words. Murray told Chevy that everyone hated him. Chevy, true to form, went for the jugular. He looked at Murray's acne-scarred face and said it looked like a landing spot for Neil Armstrong. Murray hit back, telling Chevy to go F his wife. And then, the two funniest men in America were brawling on the floor. Belushi and Dan Aykroyd had to pull them apart. But as the fight was broken up, Bill Murray shouted 2 words at Chevy Chase. 2 words that would haunt him for the next 5 decades. He didn't call him untalented. He didn't call him a hack. He yelled, medium talent. It was the ultimate insult because it attacked the one thing Chevy valued most, his genius. Murray was saying,
You're a muggle.
You're not good enough to act like this. Chevy brushed it off. He went out, did his monologue, and became a massive movie star. For the next 10 years, it looked like Chevy was right and Murray was wrong. Chevy had Caddyshack, Fletch, and Vacation. He was untouchable. But the headache value was rising. Throughout the 80s, stories started leaking. Not just about diva behavior, but about genuine cruelty. In 1985, Chevy returned to host SNL again. The cast now included a 20-year-old prodigy named Robert Downey Jr. At the time, Downey's father was a known figure in the underground film world and struggling publicly with addiction. Upon meeting the young actor, Chevy didn't say hello. He asked, "Didn't your father used to be a successful director? Whatever happened to him? Boy, he sure died, you know. He sure went to hell." To a 20-year-old, about his father. On that same trip, he targeted Terry Sweeney, SNL's first openly gay cast member. This was the height of the AIDS epidemic. Fear was everywhere. People were dying. Chevy's idea of a joke? He pitched a sketch where they would weigh Sweeney every week to see if he had AIDS yet. Lorne Michaels forced him to apologize. Sweeney later said Chevy was furious. Not that he had been cruel, but that he was forced to say sorry to a subordinate. And in 1997, when Chevy returned to host yet again, Will Ferrell called him the single worst host he ever worked with. According to Ferrell, Chevy walked into the Monday pitch meeting and systematically insulted everyone in the room. When he got to a female writer, he suggested she could give him a later. Ferrell said he'd never seen Lorne Michaels more embarrassed. After that, Chevy was banned from hosting. He asked for another chance in 2012. Lorne said no. This was the pattern. Punch down, humiliate, move on. Because he was Chevy Chase and he made money. Until he made the mistake that changed the math. It was 1989. Warner Brothers was preparing National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. It was a guaranteed hit. They hired a young, up-and-coming director named Chris Columbus. Columbus was broke. He was living in a loft in New York, eating peanut butter. He needed this movie. It was his big break. He had exactly 2 meetings with Chevy Chase. In the first meeting, Columbus took Chevy out to dinner. He spent 30 minutes passionately pitching his vision for the film. The shots, the tone, the heart. Chevy sat there, stone-faced. He didn't eat. He didn't speak. Finally, Chevy looked up and dropped a line that was pure power play. He said, "Wait, you're the director? I thought you were a drummer." Then he walked out. Chris Columbus called the producer, John Hughes, the next morning. He said, "I can't do it. I can't work with this man. He treats people like dirt." Think about that. Columbus was broke. He needed this job. But Chevy's headache value was so high that Columbus was willing to go back to poverty rather than endure him. John Hughes understood. He let Columbus quit Christmas Vacation, but he felt bad for the kid, so he sent him 2 other scripts he had lying around. One was a teen comedy that went nowhere. The other was a script about a kid left behind by his family. It was called Home Alone. Because Chevy Chase was too arrogant to treat a young director with basic human decency, Chris Columbus left his orbit and went on to direct Home Alone, which grossed $476 million and became the highest-grossing live-action comedy of all time. Chevy Chase got Christmas Vacation. It was a hit, sure, $73 million. But it was the end of the line. The franchise stopped there. Meanwhile, Chris Columbus became the king of the 90s family blockbuster, eventually directing Mrs. Doubtfire and Harry Potter. Chevy Chase didn't just lose a director, he lost the network. He lost the people who would have protected him when the hits stopped coming. And the hits did stop coming. By the mid-90s, the box office dried up. Memoirs of an Invisible Man flopped. Cops and Robersons flopped. In 1993, Fox gave him his own late-night talk show. They spent millions renovating a theater. They ran a summer-long promotional campaign. It was supposed to be his triumphant return to television. It was canceled after 5 weeks. One critic described it as vomit, nose-picking, belches, and gerbil-filled underpants, and said the show gave vulgarity a bad name. The heir to Johnny Carson couldn't last 2 months. And then came the humiliation. In 2002, Comedy Central held a roast for Chevy Chase. Usually, roasts are affectionate. Friends get up, make fun of you, and then hug you at the end. But Chevy had no friends left. The comedians on that day weren't his peers. They were strangers, and they didn't roast him. They executed him. They ripped into his failed talk show, his painkiller addiction, his bad movies. Chevy sat there, wearing sunglasses indoors, his smile fading into a grimace. At the end of the night, he didn't have a witty comeback. He looked at the audience and said 2 words. That hurt. Then he went back to his hotel room with Paul Schaefer and asked him, "Why do they hate me?" He genuinely didn't know. That is the tragedy of narcissism. You burn the village down and then wonder why no one invites you over for dinner. In 2009, the universe gave Chevy a miracle: community. It was the perfect role. Pierce Hawthorne, an aging, out-of-touch millionaire who alienates everyone. He just had to play himself. But history repeats itself. Chevy couldn't handle sharing the spotlight with younger talent, especially Donald Glover. Dan Harmon, the showrunner, watched as Chevy tried to sabotage Glover's scenes. He would make racial cracks between takes to throw Glover off his game. He told Glover, "People only think you're funny because you're black." In 2018, Pete Davidson went on Howard Stern and called Chevy a genuinely bad, racist person and a putz. He said, "F Chevy Chase. I hate that dude. This wasn't ancient history. This was the reputation following him into a new generation." Donald Glover looked at Chevy Chase and didn't feel anger. He felt pity. Glover said in an interview, "I just saw Chevy as fighting time. A true artist has to be okay with his reign being over. I can't help him if he's thrashing in the water." Chevy was eventually fired from the show after using a racial slur on set during a rant. He had blown his second chance the exact same way he blew his first one. Which brings us to the end. When Saturday Night Live celebrated its 50th anniversary, the guest list was a who's who of comedy history: Murray, Aykroyd, Murphy, Faye. But the man who coined the phrase,
"Live from New York, it's Saturday night,"
was sitting in the audience, not on the stage. Reports surfaced that Lorne Michaels had been cautioned that Chevy wasn't focused enough to perform. Bill Murray stood on that stage and ranked the greatest Weekend Update anchors. He put Chevy fourth. Chevy later told reporters he was hurt by the exclusion. He texted Lorne Michaels, calling it a mistake. But it wasn't a mistake. It was a consequence. Chevy Chase is a living lesson in the difference between legacy and longevity. He had the talent to be the greatest of all time, but he lacked the one thing that sustains a career: generosity. Chris Columbus went on to build worlds. Bill Murray became a beloved folk hero who crashes weddings and bartends for strangers. Donald Glover conquered music and TV. And Chevy Chase? He's still the smartest guy in the room. It's just that, these days, it's a very empty room. This week, CNN released a documentary about his life called "I'm Chevy Chase and You're Not." The director, Marina Zenovich, said he was the rudest celebrity she has ever interviewed. When she told him she was trying to figure him out, his response was, "It's not going to be easy for you. You're not bright enough." That's who he is at 82, still swinging, still insulting, still wondering why nobody wants to be around him. 50 years later, the punchline finally landed. He's Chevy Chase, and nobody else wants to be. So yeah, that's the Chevy Chase story they don't really tell you about. If you found this interesting, go ahead and like the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and hit that bell if you want to be notified when I drop the next one. Leave me a comment and tell me who else deserves a deep dive like this.
Well, we just learned a truckload of new information on the Elder Scrolls Online's plans for 2026.
What was it you said? I didn't say nothing, man.
Thank you. I'd like to sub to your channel, Celebrity Spy.
Well, we just learned a truckload of new information on the Elder Scrolls Online's plans for 2026, including new content, new systems, and a brand new monetization structure that basically flips the entire game on its head. So if you're planning on returning to the game this year, or even jumping in for the first time, this video is going to be extremely important for you to understand if it's worth it or not for you to play ESO in 2026. Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. HTM here. I don't know how many thousands of hours played in ESO now over the past 10 plus years. This is a video I've been doing every year now for quite a while because ESO has been going through some massive changes, especially this year. The new release model for the game called Seasons is going to be one of the main factors for you to consider when you think about investing any time into this MMO, either as a new player or if you're thinking about returning after a break. So let's talk first specifically about what is changing with ESO in 2026. Before we jump in though, a quick word from today's video sponsor, Raycon. Now that the holidays are over, it's the perfect time to upgrade your gear for the new year so that you can better hit your goals for work or fitness while staying 100% in focus. And I've personally been using Raycon's bone conduction headphones to hit my fitness goals this year, and they are amazing. Their unique design is more comfortable because they actually sit outside your ears, thanks to their bone conduction technology, which sends sounds through vibration, meaning you can listen to your music or podcasts while still staying aware of your surroundings while at the gym or on a walk or whatever. I even use them for editing videos for hours on end thanks to their amazing 13-hour battery life, and their unique waterproof and dustproof design means they can handle anything that you want to throw at it, perfect for sweat, rain, or the beach, plus a no-bud fit that doesn't slip, ensuring maximum comfort. Raycon gives you premium performance without the premium price tag, and best of all, viewers of the channel can now get 20% off Raycon site-wide. That's an amazing deal that you don't want to miss, so just go to buyraycon.com/HTMBC to get 20% off site-wide. Thanks again to Raycon for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it. Basically, ESO is moving away from its previous model of releasing a new chapter expansion every year to a more seasonal approach to content. For example, in 2026, we already have 3 confirmed seasons, starting with Season 0, and each one of these will bring a variety of free, yes, free content that's important, which all players can experience if you own the base game, plus lots of other quality of life improvements, balance changes, class updates, and more. So essentially, there's no more big expansions that take years to develop. Instead, what we have now is going to be smaller releases, but more frequent. So there's that, but without big chapters to sell, as they've done in the past. The monetization for the game, or how ESO keeps the servers up, is also fundamentally changing. With that, we have the new Tamriel Tomes, which are basically a battle pass for the Elder Scrolls Online. And now there is a free version of this, which apparently will have plenty of earnable rewards, like cosmetics and consumables, and you don't have to pay anything to use this. But there is also premium versions of the Tamriel Tome, with most likely nicer things to earn and more flashy cosmetics, which will be one of the game's main ways of monetizing the player experience moving forward. We'll talk a lot more about monetization later on in this video, but that, along with the new seasonal model of free content, that's basically what's changing in ESO versus previous years in a nutshell. But what if you're completely new to the Elder Scrolls Online? Maybe you're looking for a new MMO to get into. What is there to do as a new player, and where do you start? Well, this can get confusing, so let's talk a bit about the game and then DLC options. So, the Elder Scrolls Online is not free to play. It probably won't be for a little while longer, but one of the advantages in today's market is just how low the cost is to get started. Right now, I believe the base game for ESO is about $20, depending on where you get it, but you can often find it on sale as well for even cheaper. Either way, this is going to be a great deal for a beginner if you're just looking to get started in this MMO. That's because purchasing the base game unlocks literally hundreds of hours of content, including multiple adventure zones, 4 powerful classes, amazing voice-acted quest lines and stories, solo content, group dungeons, 12-player trials, large and small scale PvP, and even the Infinite Archive, which is procedurally generated content, which is basically infinite. So at the lowest level of just purchasing that base game, there's plenty here to keep you playing for hundreds of hours without even looking at previous DLCs. That said, DLC does add a lot more layers to the experience with the game's previous chapter expansions like Greymoor, High Isle, Gold Road, and Necrom, for example. Each of those adds a large playable landmass, more new stories and adventures to explore, and often new features. Right now, ESO still has the 2025 Premium Edition of the game, which actually includes all of these previous chapter expansions in one bundle. This includes the Necrom expansion, for example, which added the Apocrypha Zone and the newer Arcanist class. Then you also have the Greymoor chapter, which expanded on the playable zones of Skyrim and added mythic items. You have the Elsewhere chapter, which added the playable Necromancer class, and a lot more. Each of those expansions were originally priced at around $40 at a minimum, so the fact that you can get all of these on top of the base game priced into a bundle, it's also a really good deal. But to be fair, this is a lot of content. There's probably no way you could finish all of the ESO expansions in a year, if not more. It's there if you want to pick and choose from it, if you really want to. And like I said, it's a great deal if you want to explore the end game, have access to all the classes and features, jewelry crafting, mythic items. But again, I don't recommend this for someone new trying to get an ESO for the first time, because it is so much content. Instead, just grab the base game. That's really all you need to get started. Of course, there's also the ESO Plus subscription. That's still $15 a month, and it gives you access to all the other story zones, as well as tons of dungeon pack DLCs. Description: the monthly sub offers a lot more value, such as the monthly allowance of the game's premium currency called crowns. You can use that to purchase tons of cosmetics like outfits, mounts, etc. Plus you get faster progressions through some of the game's systems like leveling, crafting. But to be honest, the biggest reason why most people end up keeping the ESO Plus subscription is for the limitless craft bag, where you can store as many crafting supplies as you want. That is a huge time saver. And playing at endgame without the craft bag, especially if you want to craft for yourself or your friends, that is still a pretty big challenge. That being said, much like the DLCs and expansions, you don't have to start with ESO Plus. In fact, I would recommend waiting a few months to see if you truly are invested enough in this game before doing that monthly subscription. Just be aware that it exists and it is a popular option with many players. But once you're in and actually playing the game, what is there really to do? Well, in my opinion, it's easiest to break things down into solo content versus group content. Let's start with solo content first. Now, as a massive MMORPG, ESO has a surprising amount of solo content, and that's due to its place in the Elder Scrolls universe, dominated by single-player titles like Skyrim, Oblivion, hopefully the Elder Scrolls 6, someday if we live long enough to see it. And now you may be surprised to learn that ESO actually has the most content of any Elder Scrolls game in history, with an enormous amount of playable areas, dozens of zones at this point. And while it is technically an MMO, you can experience almost anything in the Elder Scrolls Online, including most mainline stories, chapter expansions, world bosses, side quests, even some group dungeons and trials if your build is strong enough, by just playing solo. ESO also has added NPC companions that can help players solo more content without needing a god tier build. And in 2026, players should enjoy a variety of even more solo content, with the intro of new challenge difficulty levels getting added to Overland content. That's a new feature. And apparently even solo modes for some dungeons, including story modes, though that likely won't hit the game until the end of this year. So luckily the ESO developers have learned over the years, I think, that they have a huge audience for solo content coming from the traditional single-player Elder Scrolls games. And that's important because the Elder Scrolls Online is currently the only Elder Scrolls game receiving new content and updates for the franchise, at least for now, until the Elder Scrolls 6. And this is great because with so many solo options, you never have to wait for your friends to log in. You can always do something. You can run through pretty much all the zones in the game, completing those zone stories and side quests. Like I said, they're all voice acted, and a lot of these quest chains are very good and entertaining. I also mentioned the Infinite Archive, which players can technically solo as much as they want. That's repeated content with increasing difficulty. Now, one important thing to keep in mind is that even though you can play ESO like a single-player Elder Scrolls game, the rewards and itemization structure is still very MMO in its implementation. For your rewards in ESO, you'll collect things like armor set pieces from bosses in a zone, with stacking bonuses for equipping multiple pieces and a unique 5-piece bonus. But because Overland content isn't necessarily difficult, most of these sets aren't really powerful. And if you're expecting a big unique reward or weapon from completing a long story quest like you might get in Skyrim or Oblivion, that's not really how ESO works. You'll most likely get another set item with just a different name, but nothing that really feels truly special or unique. Most of the uniqueness in the Elder Scrolls Online comes from cosmetic upgrades, how your character looks. Some of those rewards do come from achievements and things that you can earn in game, but many of those are paid cosmetics. Again, we'll talk about monetization and whether ESO is pay to win or not further on in the video. But yeah, I'd like to see ESO improve the reward structure in the future so solo and story rewards match.
If you've spent more than 5 minutes on the Steam community forums, you've seen it. A sea of clown emojis.
Okay, I'm going to cook something and feed my cat. I'll be right back. Yeah, it's time to feed the kitty. You ready? Hi, you beautiful kitty. After lunch, I'm taking your ass out to the sun because it's a beautiful day. Not until then. For now, we should